Hallo. 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 Hello. Good morning, my brothers. Hey, Skirp, how you doing? Long time no see.
Hello, Cakez.
Good morning, good morning. Oopsie. Hello, Bruder. Hello there, Burak. How you doing, my man, on YouTube? Good morning. Hello, Kashira. How you doing? Good morning, guys. Today is a slow day. Just as I start streaming, it like my wife seems to like sniffle. It's like, oh, he started streaming. Let me call.
Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger. Good game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
Hello.
I forgot to put the Sitz für Zoe to the kindergarten. I took it with me. Yikes. He's already yeah, like it starts a bit. It's a bit stressful for days, and then I get a call right as I start. I'm a bit stressed out this week. I've been trying to sleep a bit more to compensate, but I'm a bit stressed. Let's say that. Anyways, guys. Welcome back. Today we're going to be optimizing the game. Hope you guys are doing good. Good morning, chat. Good morning, again, Hello, good morning, Lolman. Good morning, Aerotest. Good morning, Ectasio. Good morning, hello, guys. Hello, Nightmite. Hello, Overlord. Good morning. How are you guys doing? Good morning. Let's get something done. So, yesterday we added... how many enemies are spawning now? Was it 1,000 or something? Yesterday we made 1,000 enemies spawn. Yes. And the game is going down to 44 FPS. And... if you guys remember, we had the video from Superku yesterday, And he was able to spawn 30,000 units, no problem. And we are literally just calculating where the enemy needs to go. And that's it. And then making sure that they don't collide with other units using spatial partitioning. So what we need to figure out today is, why is it so slow? Because I can't spawn 10,000 units. And I can guarantee you that a game like Vampire Survivors, that they are billions. This game is spawning thousands and thousands of units easily. And it's not slowing down that much. Here's another one. And I don't know why these screenshots are always so bad, but it is a lot of units. Yeah, I mean, of course they can use multi-threading, but I don't have 30 cores, right? So I want to figure out today why it's so laggy with that many units. Because if super cool, or if it's possible to display 30,000 units every frame, then I want it. It's already laggy right now. You can see it's laggy because the enemies, there's 2,000 enemies approaching now, and it feels laggy. And that's just, in my opinion, this is very disappointing to see, because I'm not really doing something heavily. I'm not really doing something that is insanely, how do you say that? Computationally expensive. Right? That is 2,000 units right now being calculated at all times. It is a CPU bottleneck, I'm 100% certain it is. So, how can we optimize this? I should have asked Superku for some details off stream. I didn't. I forgot. I should have, because he can usually give some hints as to what he did. But first, I feel like we should fix the enemy movement so that they all know where they're going by using the flow field properly, which is update enemy. Here, what they need to get is the distance to the next tile.
I love Cakez. Just kidding, fuck Cakez.
And they need to go, they need to have a target tile.
No.
Siniscus just subscribe, taller type match tall second.
Target tile position. Tile position. So they want to get to the tile. Move to the tile. Here we go. So the direction should always be towards the tile they're going to. I feel.
Collector's alt account just joined.
Glad to be back to my favorite Vulcan and Godot stream. Please
How do we do
keep
this
your
properly?
functions shorter
We should
than
probably
5
do that,
lines.
These fucking softwares!
I'm pretty sure it's the normalized that is breaking it. Before diving, if it's the most simple update, simply calculate the direction for the enemy to base and move that without collision. See if that works without a frame drop at 30k enemies. Sure, we could do that. Let me just test if this code right here works to... Where is this guy going? What the fuck are you going? What? Maybe it's the wrong way? Here. This way. Go towards the tile. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, so they're now all going... Where the hell is this guy going? What? Let's see where the enemies are going. Have you got any instrumentation? Look at Tracy profiler for... Yeah, we will do Tracy profiling now. We'll copy this over from... 3 and 4. Right, let's see. So they are now properly behaving. But still some of them are... Yeah, they're not behaving very well, let's say that. Oof. Where are they going? Why are they fanning out like that? That's a bit odd, if you ask me. So I feel like they should behave differently. At all times they should follow the direction of the tile to the next tile. That's what they should be doing. What the hell is that? But okay. Maybe that even works. It doesn't matter if Superliminal is superior, Tracy will be enough. But okay, we'll just do... if the enemy doesn't have a direction... If it's 0, then enemy.direction is... tile position... Oh, we could just do that. Target tile is... get grid coordinates of 0 and 0. And then the next tile position is that. Okay, then this F check doesn't happen. This is not needed, and chunk lookup, we could just do if false. So now they don't collide with each other at all. But I want to use the Tracy profile to figure out what the issue is. So now they all just move to the... And we can use Intel Present Mon to display FPS because I don't have any other way at the moment to display FPS. Main. So right now it's running at 120 FPS. However, I think it's only just 100 enemies that are approaching. I don't think it's more than that. Or is it 2000 still? So that is the code, it looks like. The movement code is the issue. I don't know, this is... I don't think this is 2000. Well, it does look like quite a lot though. Maybe it actually is 2000. So yeah, it is the neighboring code, it looks like. This must be 2000 enemies. Oh yeah, wait. Collision detection. Run. And I don't think it ever goes to idle. This can go arrive the tile. I think this happens, right? Yeah, this happens a lot. Let's do this one more time. And then look at how many enemies we actually have. It's gotta be 2000. It's 1000. Okay. So how about we change this to 2000 now? No, actually, I want to change this to 10,000. And see. 10,000 enemies. 10,000 enemies is already pushing the FPS on the CPU. Because it's trying to draw maybe 10,000 units. Maybe that's what it's pushing. But right now it's 10,000. It doesn't look like much. But yeah. Yeah, GPU utilization is 30%. But maybe that was before. That is 10,000 enemies approaching my base. And there's no culling. That's kind of funny. Holy goodness. Yeah, we have 120 FPS lock. And now it's starting to get to actually 120. Each enemy that despawns is increasing the FPS because we despawn all of them. What did I do? I disabled collision detection. I disabled collision detection. They just run to the base. They only calculate they only normalize their direction once, where they go. Boom. Okay, so we can display 10,000. It does shrink the FPS down if we don't do any neighboring collision detection. So now I want to see, using the example of 2,000 enemies. Now I actually want to use the Tracy profiler to see what is slow. If it's normalize or what it is. Because we can narrow it down. We literally have 40 or maybe 20 to 40 lines of code that we can isolate, that we can take a look at. And that's very easy to do. We need something called measure scope, which is literally just a zone scope N, and you can do it differently as well, but I do that. And then where do I put this? I think I could put it in the library. Oh no, I should have opened up a new window, not. That's fine. Let's just do that. There we go. Okay. And then I think we put it in lib. Somewhere at the top. So what do you guys think will be the bottleneck on why it's slow? I'm very happy that at least we can show 10,000 enemies. Or not show, but we can at least compute 10,000 enemies. With very, very simple computation. Let me see. I'm asking Supercool right now if the 30,000 thing that he's given me is... if that is using threading or not. If that is using multi-threading or not. Let's see, where's Supercool? Where's Supercool? There he is. All right. Okay, so we have this zone scope N thing, and we also, that's the first thing that we need to get. And I think we need to get the profiler, Tracy enable. We need Tracy C++, the Tracy client, and we need Tracy HPP. We need those two things. And I'm gonna put that in here. And then we just have to figure out, I think it is in third party. Tracy, there we go. Then reveal in File Explorer. We're just gonna copy over Tracy. For those of you who want to know how to get Tracy, you can take a look at that in a second. You just download it from the GitHub repository. But let me first add this in here. Include, I guess. Yeah, we could do include. Do we have a Tracy lib file? Do we need to link Tracy? I think we need to link Tracy as well. Just making sure I don't forget anything. Third party lib. Does not look like we need to have Tracy. Oh wait, that's the web game. Never mind. I need to look here. Profile code. I don't think we need Tracy linkage. No, free type Steam and that's it. Okay, cool. So there's no need for Tracy lib, but we should be able... Let me just check Tracy. How many Tracy things do we have? It's right here. Tracy client, Tracy, 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 Tracy. And that's it. Yeah, nothing else. These are all Tracy things that we don't need to deal with. Has nothing to do with us. Okay, cool. And so we only need zone scope, which we already have. So right now, we already have everything we need. We just need to make sure that we build it correctly using the profile define. So we need to add a define. So for example, if we want to profile code. So profile code would be minus the minus the profile like this. And then we can add, I think, the profile code in here together. I think we can do this. Let me just check real quick. Yeah. We need to recompile the precompiled header. I think that works. And so let me just check if this works real quick. Profile code, and then in the game I want to measure a scope of, like, for example, here. Measure scope, spawn enemies. Precompiled header needs to be, alright, fine. Wait, never mind. It says float far, previous definition here. Oh, okay, so we have the warnings of gigabyte and kilobyte. Tracy compiled these two. And then we also have errors because we have an unqualified ID. Whatever that means. What? Unqualified? Excuse me, sir? Expected an unqualified ID. What? Far and near is a Windows macro? Holy cow. So Tracy, I see. Tracy implement or includes Windows stuff, and then I need far and near. Let me just far 1 and near 1, because Tracy includes Windows API stuff, and far and near are macros. There. Stupid. Okay, that is kind of stupid. It is kind of stupid. Not gonna lie, it is kind of stupid. Yeah, okay, fine. All right, so now that we have compiled this, we should be able to put measure scopes in here, though this measure scope is kind of bad. Just realized, because it only runs one time. It would be more interesting to look at update enemies and say, well, the update enemies, how long does this scope run every frame? Now we can test it out. So quickly, that is just showing you how to get Tracy, or how to add Tracy to your stuff. All you need to do is put like an if def for profiling, because you don't want to always run it. Then you include the Tracy client and you include Tracy, HPP. Tracy is the folder that you're getting them from, and that is what you download. Let me just fold this folder right here. You need to type in Tracy C++ download. And it should bring you to the GitHub repository. And then you go to releases and you get stuff from here, Windows zip file. And I could download it right now and we could take a look real quickly, so that I don't say anything stupid or wrong. And, oh yeah, okay, see, I was wrong already. What you need is the Tracy profiler executable. So you need these things to run Tracy, but not to include Tracy. Tracy source code, that's what you need. That's something you need to download, and you need the Tracy Windows stuff, because on Windows you need to run the Tracy profiler executable, which I already have in either Spieleentwickler or Game Developer. Let me see, is Tracy here?
Compared to his.
I don't see it. No. Don't you do it. Not right now. Okay? Don't do it. So it must be under volume D, maybe? Tracy. There we go. So I already... Never mind. Alright, let me just find Tracy real quick. So... Tracy profile executable. Where is that? Okay, so apparently I had this downloaded and installed somewhere else. It's actually... Windows is the worst... Windows is the worst thing ever. So I already had this. It's literally making me mad right now. Oh, it's making me so mad right now, bro. You have no idea how mad this makes me right now. That is so annoying. Anyways, I'll quickly show you Tracy. Tracy is the thing from GitHub. And then you want to get the... And this is where it is a little bit... Let me see. For Tracy, the code that you need is in... See, that's why I need to show this, because it's not trivial to get it. No, it's not here. Profiler? Win32? Not here. I really don't know where the Tracy stuff is right now, but I'll find it for you, okay? Because these guys have programmer brains, public. They don't know how to properly package stuff for people to find. Here we go. There it is, finally. Yes, there it is. You need the Tracy client and Tracy folder. And I think what I did is I just put the Tracy client into Tracy, as far as I know. Let me make sure that I actually have the file. Tracy client, Tracy. So okay, I get it. I basically made a new folder, Tracy, and then I put all of this stuff in there. Yeah. So basically, Tracy client and Tracy is what you need to get from Tracy public. These two things. That's what you put in your code. Then when you build, I would use some define that you could toggle on and off using a, I don't know, something like this. Maybe a command line argument. You guys have probably much better high tech stuff than I have. Okay, you're flying to the moon and you're coming back with like a rocket science and stuff like this, and so you already have set up like you just type to put a button in there. So you probably have it better than me. But yeah, that's just how you do it. You know, going through the steps like a caveman. And now we have Tracy. The cool thing is, I deleted the Tracy, so let me find Tracy. The Tracy app. Where is it? It is not under Windows downloads, because I deleted it. Oh, I'm so mad.
Hope
I
you have
am
a good
so
time,
mad,
Cakez and
Tracy.
Pepe Neal.
See guys, this was last year when I first learned Tracy. That was last year. First learned it. You deleted version 1.13, but it leads you to 1.12. So maybe I don't have it somewhere else. Let me check. I'm pretty sure I downloaded this before. No. Now it leads me to 1.12. Okay, so apparently I don't have it on my machine, but what I'm gonna do now is put it into Spieleentwickler, which is an ordner in English that I have, and then I'll make a new folder here, Tracy, and we'll put all of the executables there. Okay, fine. Let's do that. Download Windows again. There you go. Get this in there. Put it in here. And then what I'll do for the executables, I'll pin them. Come on. Come on. It is 65 megabytes Windows. Come on. Windows! Even when I know what to do and I have educated myself on the steps, something is gonna break, like Windows. Hurry up! It's stuck. I'm stuck compiling. I'm stuck copying 60 megabytes. Have a nice day, chat. Have a nice day. Psycho, how you doing? Can you please just copy this over? What are you doing? Use File Pilot, Cakez. It's not File Pilot that is breaking me right now. It is literally just Windows. Come on, dude. Oh, this makes me so mad. Oh, this makes me so mad. Stop it! Stop it! Shh. Shut the fuck! Oh my god, you're making me so mad. You're making me so mad. I just cannot believe this, bro. What are you doing? It is faster. I downloaded this in seconds. Extract all. Copy. Thank you! Okay, so now I'm going to drag this on my bar, pin it to the taskbar, and I'm double-clicking the profile executable right now, which is Raid Boss. Raid Boss. No joke. Okay, so finally Raid Boss defeated. You can see here that the Tracy profiler looks at my PC for any applications that have been built and run at the moment with Tracy. And the web game has been built with Tracy. So if I start the game, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, man? Why can I not profile? What does it say? Access violation. Volatile load 64 memory. Can you guys explain? Unhandled exception. This is in Atomic. In main, profiler, Tracy. Why? Wait, I think I didn't call Tracy profiler. I must have forgotten to call some. Let me see. Profile. It's gotta be a if dev. Profile. There's 2 if devs. Uh-oh. No, it's not. Did I forget to call something on the main? Maybe the code is different? No, but that shouldn't have anything to do with this. It works on my game. There's no way. Right? Huh? Do I need to initialize Tracy and I forgot something? Because I feel like you don't. Pass config. Does someone remember? Do you use the sources from 112 and the executable from 113? Yes, but that doesn't matter. I could just run the game without this. Let me just prove it to you. Let me prove it to you that it works. Okay? Options. Show colliders. Let's turn this off. Start the game. So this is the game starting without profile code. Let me go and build my main game using profile code. Profile. We are profiling right now. So right now it takes a bit longer to build because it's a bigger game. So it gives me the same predefined or redefined macro warnings, but that's fine. That is not an issue at all. And then, okay, it's done right now. It's done compiling, running the game. It runs the game just fine. Okay, that's my game running. Tangy GD. Now switch back to the web game that we're working on. Build the game again.
What happened to penis?
We're getting the same warnings. It could be. It could be that I can't do it on main, and then we get the volatile thing here. So let me test something. Maybe I can't put this into lib, and I actually have to. I might actually have to put this into the game. Let me check. Maybe it didn't. Maybe that's why I put it in the game. Like the only difference between these two. Let's see. Measure scope. It's called string stuff. That is profiler stuff. Profiling stuff. Measure scope. Maybe I put it in the game back then. Because I couldn't actually run it from within the main. I don't know. But I severely doubt that that's the reason. Alright, so it does compile now. Let's see. So it must be. For some reason, I cannot put it in main. Let me just make sure that I'm not talking any bullshit. Let me see. Maybe that is actually the reason. If I go here and from the game, I put the Tracy profile and I put it into the schnitzel lib at the very top. Maybe it'll. What if it breaks? Let's see. Well, it gives me the same things here for warnings. And did it build the precompiled header? It does. It does build the precompiled header. Building main. All right, let's see. What's Tracy for? Tracy is for profiling scopes. I got not much time, but the simulation from yesterday is fixed step. 3 loops. First loop, assign entities to the grid, gets the wanted direction. Second loop does the neighbor flocking stuff as a lambda given to OpenMP or some other multi-threading lib from Microsoft. And the third loop does the final movement or such, I forgot. So you have multiple threads, is that what you're saying? Hello, super cool. Thank you. I only understood half the words you said, but okay. Yeah, okay, I get the same volatile thing. So for some reason, we can only put Tracy inside the game and not inside the lib. Maybe because it's initializing Tracy twice then, or something. Difficult to say, but fine. No, where's Schnitzel? Okay, let me undo. Undo stuff, and then the game. Undo the stuff here. Okay, we fixed it though. That's the important part. We fixed it, and now we can actually work. Let's start the Tracy profiler again. I don't need this anymore, I feel. Yes, without that lib, I would do the stuff threaded as well, I think. But it's not necessary for a few thousand units. So wait, in the second loop, you're doing the neighbor stuff, right? Do you calculate, do you normalize the direction when you do the neighbor stuff? You're generating a push vector, right? Using the neighbor stuff. You said you don't normalize, is that correct? So you're just adding the forces together and then you're clamping them? Clamping the length of the vector or something? But in order to get the length of the vector, you're already doing the square root, which is the expensive operation. So if you, well, we could do length times 2, length squared, and then cut it, I guess. You are including CPP is correct? Yes, that is correct. The push vector is the push vector that you get from the neighbors. All right, we'll figure it out. Let me close my old game. There you go. And okay, so now that we can start this, we will be able to see it in the list right here. See? Incompatible protocol. Oh, it's a different version. So we need to get... Can I still... Okay, so I need to get the new code, guys. I apologize. I have to get the new code real quick. All right, so I shouldn't have downloaded the new version. Or I should have used both versions. That's fine. Then we'll quickly get the code. Here we go. Tracy, client and Tracy. So, let me see. No, wait, that is from the web game. Yeah, we need to delete that and then see downloads. Windows, that can be deleted. Let's quickly get the code, source code. There you go. And we want public, Tracy client and Tracy, these two. We want that in here. Oh, wait. Yes. Is this generated? Did this generate? It's a bit odd. Tracy client F90. What? Okay, it looks like it took the F90 too. So we'll delete these. And then I'm gonna, you know, drag or drop these from the zip file in here. There you go. Now we have the updated code and just gonna quickly restart the game. Let's see. Great. Now we get linker errors. Because it is including more stuff. It is including more stuff than before. So the newer version is more annoying to use because I now need to link as well. Something. What now? Oh, it gets worse every time. It gets worse every freaking time. Okay, let's see. Downloads, Tracy, public, It doesn't even say what I need to get here. Oh, it makes me so mad. Oh, this makes me so mad. Check the docs. It shouldn't be this difficult to get this stuff, man. It is really annoying. Introduction, new features. It's just a freaking video. Oh, let me just read this in giant. Okay, guys, I'm downloading. I'm using the old Tracy version. If you want to get the new Tracy version, they can buttfuck you if you want to. I'm just gonna use the old one. I'm done. I'm annoyed. All right, I'm getting this. I'm using the old version. Goodbye. Web game include Tracy. Everything? Okay, I guess I got everything. I'm just getting this. Where I don't have to... And then I use... the search here. Okay, wait. Tracy. There you go. I'm using the Tracy profiler. And I'm getting them into Spieleentwickler. Tracy. Delete this trash. Put it here. There you go. Unpin this executable. And then pin this back to the bottom. Okay, now we're running Tracy. Yeah, update. Yeah, update. Yeah. Let's build this. Builds properly with no issues. So, yeah. I thought that Tracy wouldn't change, but it changed for the rest. Let's start the game. Now, finally, let's do some actual stuff that we actually want to do. No busy work anymore. So now, finally, we can click on this and it'll give us this lovely thing right here. It'll show us, like, for example, this is update. This is update game. You could see here. Update enemies. Update enemies. All of this stuff right here is running inside the game. And so it is obviously, this is a little difficult to read or see, right? Because it just says update enemies and how long it runs. Very fast. Now, oops, I closed Tracy. And in order to actually check how long this stuff runs, how long is a scope inside a scope takes, we can do update game. And then update game will be the top level scope. And then inside here, update enemies is the stuff that we can check how long it takes. When we... Oh, I see. That's why. Update enemies should be inside this scope. I put it in a for loop. That's why it was so many. Sorry, I did a mistake. So, oh my god, please. So now it's actually correct. The cool thing, and that's why I like the Tracy profiler so much, I can generate arbitrary scopes. I can name the scopes however I want to. And then put some code in here. Code. And then we check. And it tells me how long that code takes. And I can basically pinpoint directly what I want to look at. And omit stuff that is uninteresting to me. So right now I'm interested, how long does the entire update enemies loop take? If I'm spawning, how many enemies is that? If I'm spawning 2,000 enemies. Right, and all of the enemies just walk to the base. How long does that take? That's what we can do. So we run the game, we run the Tracy profiler, and it should find the game right here. And then we can, you know, just grab a slice somewhere from update game. You can see here from the entire update game that runs for 4.7 milliseconds. Update enemies is 600 microseconds. So it takes a lot longer. The entire update game loop takes a lot longer than this small part right here. And it could be, this right here, could be that it's waiting on the update. It is waiting for the next update because we lock the FPS. Right? So we have 120 FPS lock. Let me see how many milliseconds is that. If 16 ms is 60 milliseconds, well, divided by 2 should be 8. So there's definitely something else going on. Why it's 4 milliseconds. But we can figure out why it is, right? We can check out why, in general, it takes 4 milliseconds for the game to update, right? We have one part here. Why not? Let's see why update game right now takes so long. It's not update game. Maybe it's update chunks. Which it probably is not, but you never know. Could be update chunks. What else do we want to check? I don't think it's this loop right here, but we can check it out just for sake of being complete. What is this guy saying in chat right here? Bro refuses to buy his wife €2 milk. What are you talking about? It is €3 milk from coconut milk without any sugar in it. And while normal milk costs less than a freaking euro. Okay, what you talking about? How about you spend 5 minutes in a break and I'll see you next time. Shut up! So yes, this is a great question, my brother. Does O3 help in this scenario? Yes. O3 optimizes the game to run faster. However, what I found is if you have a function that is slow in debug mode, it will also be slow in optimization mode. So you can optimize your game in debug mode and the result is a more optimized debug game that is then even more optimized when you actually optimize it. But having a slow function in debug mode very likely will also result in a slow function in optimization mode. So you don't have to wait the 20-30 seconds every time to build the game again to see if it's more optimized, the changes you did. You can do the changes in debug mode and then see how the time goes down. Usually these functions are slow, not because the resulting source code in debug mode is slow, but you're doing some loop inefficient, or you're doing more calculations than you need to, or you're looking at too many entities at the same time. It's usually something very simple that will always take a long time. It is €3 coconut milk. What you see that this guy's lying too. Anyways, so we let me see. Draw buildings, update player. Yeah, we could do update player too. What else do we have? What is this? I don't think that does anything. Update game camera. I don't think that does anything at all. Draw ground. Maybe that's the draw ground. Could be slow, but... What I want to do in the future, by the way, guys, is I want to... This stuff right here, I want that to be happening one time and that's it. Hopefully that works. Update and draw collectibles. Yeah, we don't have any collectibles, so that is out of the question. Update and draw foliage. That could be it. That could be slow. Alright, we're getting there. I can get rid of this. We didn't press any buttons, so this is just input. Which is just an if check, so there's nothing here that would slow down the game. Let's see, measure scope, update game. Debug testing is false. We have another debug testing here. There's no way. This shortest path is false. Draw tiles. That could be one that is slow. Debug testing. Let me just put debug testing in here as a measured scope. And then what do we have here? Not sure what that is. It draws a circle with the mouse. Oh, this could be the player target. Player target circle. So we'll turn that off. Okay, it looks like I have now successfully set up cameras. Yeah, but that's negligible. Let's just see what is the slow part of update game now. Shadows lighting. Shadows lighting are entirely done on the CPU. And the only thing that could potentially... Wait, draw tiles. No, it's not draw tiles. I think it's foliage that makes it slow. Because that's where the lighting happens as well. In each foliage, we check out... Well, let's just ignore this part. Chop animation. We do the lighting here. That could be slow. But we'll see. Let's run it. Now we have a bunch of measured scope things. And the cool thing is, in Tracy, we can now discard this one. I think it's yes. And then it'll connect back to the game. Let's find out. Let's just look at one frame. Oh, so it is debug testing, actually. Something in debug testing makes the game super slow. By default, 4 milliseconds. That's a lot. See, that now I have figured out where the slow part in my game is, and we can either eliminate it or change it so that it runs faster. But we know that there's a big chunk of the frame is just spent on some stupid stuff. Since this is fault, this is just an if check. I think it must be this test line path maybe, or draw tiles. It's gotta be draw tiles. If the tile is blocked, it must be the draw UI text function here. It has to be. That has to be it. The only annoying thing though is we cannot hotcode reload this. So we have to always close this and then reload it again. Wie lange braucht man Tracy zum Messen und Ausführen? Wird das ausgerechnet? Jeder NS zählt. No, I have no idea how long it takes, but Tracy, in my opinion, is one of the best ways to find slow functions. It doesn't matter if Tracy adds a couple nanoseconds. Usually when you debug your game and it gets slow, you're looking at multitude of milliseconds time spent somewhere that could be optimized. So for example, when I was debugging crashes and hiccups in my game in Tangy TD, I was looking at 20, 30, 40, up to 100 milliseconds of time that were spent in some functions because one ability would spawn 3 arrows and then these 3 arrows would hit 3 enemies and spawn 3 arrows. Now we have 9 and then each of those 9 arrows would spawn 3 arrows and then these are 9 times 3 and it's like a 3 square, is it? To the power of 3. Basically, it would generate thousands and thousands of arrows in one frame, you know, and so that's usually where you spend your time on. So I had to like limit it to 3 hits or something. So to only go to 9, not more. Okay, I think we build it again, so we could just start. Must be draw tiles. Let's just find this small one right here. That's not the important one that we want to actually get, but it's good to see if it actually is. Whoops. Yeah, draw tiles is the slow function. And the reason why it's slow is probably because of draw UI text, I would assume. So that's a cool thing. We can now check If... Damn, I don't have measure scope in here.
Fuck Cakez. Fuck pirate software base.
Well, I would have to make a wrapper around this function or do this. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best thing to do, but I think it's this right here. Let's test.
Hello, Cupertino. How you doing?
Is AK Elements stupid or rage baiting? Is AK Elements stupid or rage baiting? I can't tell. Is he serious right now? We are not even debugging the enemies yet, and he's already making claims that it's not the normalize.
Bro, we are not even looking at the enemies right now. I'm spawning 1,000 enemies and I'm looking at other stuff that is not the main problem right now, just to see what I'm doing there. Yes, it's 4 milliseconds, but the enemies right now don't even use the neighboring approach. If I enable the neighboring approach, we are looking at 40 FPS, buddy, okay? So, how about you just wait and see what I'm doing before you say something stupid? Okay, buddy.
Like these keyboard warriors all the time, man. No, I don't want to save it. Discard. Yes.
You see, so it's not the enemies. Oh, Cakez is so stupid.
It looks like that's it. Difficult to... How do I get it properly? I think it's zone trace or something. Child zones. Time distribution. Yeah, draw UI text is the problem, because I'm drawing so much text. I'm drawing 1,000 texts. And it takes 4 milliseconds to draw the text. And the entire thing is 3.77 milliseconds. So that's where the time is spent on this function. So we have now figured out why this thing is so slow. And if I just take this thing off, if I turn it, no, actually we can, yeah. If I take this away, then we have a baseline of a slow and steady function, or a fast and steady function. Right, so drawing all of this debug information is not the best thing to do. But of course that's normal. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a sec. But I just want to show you that we have just optimized the game so that the update loop now takes a whopping 889 microseconds. So now that we have somewhat optimized it, obviously update enemies, I don't know if we can even optimize that at this point. That looks like a good distribution. We spent the most of the time on the enemies, that is 2,000 as far as I know. Let me see here. Is update enemies 2,000? We'll see. But one sec. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. Be right back. One sec. Okay, I'm back. I love C++, guys. Very nice. All right, it looks like the game broke because I think Tracy profiler discard. Yes. It disconnected. So let's see. How can we... Yeah, we can't do hotcode reloading while the game's running. Cakez, if you open the source code in Tracy, does it show the time taken per line? There's I have no idea, bro. Like, listen, if you need more than what I just showed you, you need to go to the documentation and dig deeper into Tracy. I'm showing you the surface level that is all, at least I needed, to make my game faster. And I don't think I will ever need more than this. If you wanna know more, I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm just showing you how to get into it. It's the entry level. Cakez, I watched the entire 3-hour video about your journey, man. With Tangy TD yesterday. What a wild ride. Thank you, thank you. You came such a long way. Good luck, continuous success. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate that a lot, Mr. Forgot 10. Big W's, my man. Big W's to you, bro. Yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't know. All right, let's see. So draw tiles. Now we need to actually enable the enemy neighboring behavior so that we can debug what is slow here. Update enemies. Why does it take so long to update the enemies? This is the code that we were using before. This is just walk to base, ignore everything. We're going to get rid of this. This is the actual movement code. And then this is the chunk lookup. Let's call this a neighbor measure scope. Neighbor collision. Check. All right. Build this, and now that we are spawning, I think it's 1 to 2,000 enemies, we can see what part of this is slow. Why is it so slow? How many are we spawning actually? Let me check. We're spawning 2,000 enemies. On 2,000 enemies, why is it slow? That's what we want to find out. So if I run here, it feels very laggy already. Just running. All right, there it is. Update enemies. The neighbor collision check is a big chunk of it. So it takes 24 milliseconds. And we are doing 2,000 neighbor collision checks. That's the slow part. I knew it. So that's what we need to optimize. That's why it's slow. You only have 16 ms to render a frame, but ideally you only have 8 ms to render a frame. In my opinion, every single game that comes out today should have a minimum of 120 FPS on almost all machines out there. And that includes somewhat all machines. I'm telling you, if Witcher 3, which looks incredible, is able to run on a constant 60 FPS on my new graphics card, which is just a 4060, 4600. What graphics card do I have, guys? It'll show me here somewhere. It'll show me here. One sec. I don't know the graphic. One sec. If my graphics card can run Witcher 3 on 30% GPU utilization, 60 FPS easily, then every game that comes out today should at least have 120 FPS. Because Witcher 3 looks both amazing and runs very stable on DirectX 11. And 120 FPS is an average of 8 milliseconds. per frame that we have. If something in my game takes 24 milliseconds, that is really bad. So yeah, we need to optimize this neighbor check. I don't know why it does so many checks. Let's see. Maybe get enemy. Is get enemy the slow part? Could it be this function? Collision check. Resolve collision. Let's check these two. 2000 times 2000 checks if 4000 checks every time. We'll see how much that is now. We have entered the, we could also do the chunk test. Let's say collide with a neighbor. Well, get enemy will be the one that tells us. All right, let's run. Check with Tracy again. Is this Tracy? Is present mon just changing to Tracy? Yeah. I mean, it's fine. Discard. Do it again. Here it is. So, let's see. Update enemy. Get enemy is the one that takes so long. 41,000. Get enemy is long. Interesting. The other one is only 3 milliseconds. Comparatively. Interesting how that's so long. That should be this function should be the easiest function. That should be almost instant. All right, let's see, where does it go the entire time? Very interesting. Is it out of, when out of bounds, there's nothing. That's not it. I'm pretty sure it's the search, guys. I think it searches the enemy every time because I'm not supplying the correct ID. I feel like that's what's happening. So it could just be a lookup issue. I think it always goes into the search. And then it becomes n squared. And that's why it's slow. Let's see. Cool. If that's it, then all I need to do is fix up the ID. And we should be good. Let's run. Do that again. Discard. Connect to it again. Let's see, we can stop this as well. Neighbor collision check. Search enemy. It's searching every time. That's what it is. So it's always going through the array because the ID that I supply is wrong. All right. That gives us a hint. So basically what I'm saying here is I didn't implement the chunking system correctly because I'm not supplying the correct IDs to the chunks. That is the issue. So let's see. The ID that is supplied, ID 4, index 4. Okay. And then it doesn't find the enemies here. Enemy. Let's see. On 4. Huh? But on 4 is 4. Huh? Oh, I see. That little thing was the issue. That little thing was the issue. Yeah, ID because... Well, this should be called UID, I guess. Unique ID. Alright, okay, so... Well... Let's see how long it takes then. Oh, you guys are so smart. ID. Cakez used a stupid name for a variable. I have never done this in my life. You know why you have never done this? Because you never coded a file. You never coded a line of code in your life. You just type in the chat. I need a new coffee. I need a new coffee. Stop. Uh-oh. Discard. Yes. Connect. Alright, let's see. Let us see. Ooh, there it is. Now that looks still very slow though. 12 ms is slow. Neighbor collision check. Get enemy is still a very slow function. 41,000 times. Alright, let's see. 41,000. Well, 41,000 divided by 2. Well, it's 20 checks. Each enemy checks 20 other enemies. On average. That's a lot. That's a bit too much. In my opinion. Yeah, and it's sometimes it is slow. Oh. Interesting. I need to spiky perform. Yeah, now we need to figure out why it's spiky. Let's discard it one more time. And try one more time. We'll do it one more time. Why is it spiky now? Because in your destination tile, a lot of them collide. True. They try to all go there. Probably a bunch of units in the same chunk, yeah. Could actually be the moment when they collide in the camp. It could be, yeah. Well, let's look for spikes. Ah, here. Sorry, I didn't see. Why do I not see where it is? Super frustrating. Oh my god. This into a present one is not making it any better. I can't see where the freaking thing is. Hello? Why is it lagging? I think it's the Tracy profiler that's lagging. I've never had this before. 19 gigabytes memory used. What? What the hell? No, it's not recording for a while. I discard all the time. What the hell? See, like, it starts out with... I don't get it. What? Okay, let me just check something real quick, okay? Let's just put profile code off. And then Tracy doesn't exist. There you go. I had the same issue. Tracy's not very happy with too many samples in a frame. But I don't sample that much. I sample way more in my game. I sample a lot more in my game. No, not internet options. Intel present mon. You Google. Windows. Let me see. Yeah, okay, found it. Right, that's 100 FPS. So let's see if it breaks. If it lags. No, there's something else, man. It's not lagging at all. So Tracy must be doing something weird. It's Tracy. To me, this looks fine. There's no lag. 1% low? 1% low? I see no lows. What? Tracy reallocates the sample storage if it gets too many samples per frame. It drops sometimes. I see absolutely no drop here. I'm sorry. The other drops, guys, are because of something else. They happen right now, too. That has absolutely nothing to do with the game being slow. So that's something else. These are present slows. There's something else. FPS presents 1%. If that stays high, it means the game is smooth, Cakez. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's why there's a new version of Tracy. Cakez probably wouldn't happen in Tracy. I'm not updating at all. No, that's it must be something else, guys. I'll lock the FPS to 60. Okay. I'll limit it to 60. Doesn't really matter. Never runs drone scope inside inner loops that run thousands of millions of times per frame. That's your problem. See, you say that, right? In my game, I literally did that and I had millions of iterations with one zone scope. And I didn't have that issue that I just experienced here. Never once. Not a single time. I literally... I think I even posted a screenshot on Discord. When I was debugging projectiles being slow. I didn't have that issue. At all. And here we are looking at most at 40,000. How fast does it run uncapped? I don't know. Release mode would perform better, but slow parts of the game will still stay slow. Let's see. All right, let's see. So, do we get hiccups while the game's running? Let's use into a present one. It defaults to Tracy Profiler. It's super annoying. Disable this. Maybe. Cancel. Alright. So it's right now running at 60 FPS because that's what we locked it to. Maybe because Intel Presentmon was targeting the Tracy Profiler and injecting itself. Maybe that's why it was lagging. Let's see. As long as it doesn't, it does lag. But that could be a different hiccup. No, that looks okay. So far. It does go down though sometimes. Yeah, it goes down right now. It shouldn't, that shouldn't happen. Interesting. Does not look good. Goes down with too many enemies. It dropped to 30. You have to. Yeah, we'll see. I can't recompile, so I have to restart. I don't know why it takes like 10 years to close it. Very crazy. All right, Tracy. Let's see. It is Elo is using so much memory already. It's already a gigabyte. What the hell, man? It's already 4 gigabytes. That is so stupid. I've never seen this before. Bro. I think each enemy against enemies on average metric is misleading. I reckon a small percentage. It's recording too much. Yeah, but I mean, storing all the data it's collecting, but it's not collecting that much data. I've had way more stuff I've had way more stuff. I don't understand at all. Define Tracy Max Tech Dev 16. You think that will help? I doubt it, but we can try. Max Tech Dev to 16. I mean, I don't have that. I never go that deep. But okay, let's see. Let's see here. It's already going haywire already again. It already is. Correct ID. Yeah, so now get enemy is super fast. 41,000. Well, it get enemy. Correct ID runs. Out of bounds runs a couple of times. Interesting. We get out of bounds? There's no way. Why would an ID be out of bounds? Already 11 gigabytes. You can't be serious. I want to see why out of bounds is here happening here. That makes me mad. Discard. Yes. Maybe they had leaks. I didn't have this issue when profiling Tangy TD. I did the exact same thing in Tangy TD. I didn't have that issue at all. 40,000 is not. I saw numbers in the millions. I've had like a function in TNGTD that was looking up enemies that it can collide against inside their vision radius for an arrow. And this check was, yeah, 40,000. I'm talking about millions per frame. I'm talking about millions per frame, literally. I would have to check when I posted it, but I definitely posted it. Yeah, it's too long ago. Because I'm spamming the Twitch Go Live notification. So it could be anywhere. Maybe Cakez and then Tracy? Nah. And maybe Slow. TLDR. Cakez. I don't know. Check release notes. Nah, I'm done. I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting time on setting up something that already works. I don't care. No. It could be that the new version is better, surely. But it could also be a giant waste of time. Let me think. Okay, I wanted to check why out of bounds happens all the time. That is too many out of bounds checks. Wait, it does check out of bounds, but nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens because it's not out of bounds. It's just the checks. Okay. This check should not happen. Correct ID. So it never has to search because it always finds the correct ID. Let's check. Disable Tracy alloc. Turn off memory pooling. You have to set a call stack dev at project build system level before Tracy HPP is ever included anywhere. But I did. I mean, it's here. Disable Tracy alloc. How do I disable Tracy alloc? Is there anything in Tracy that shows what part of the recording took how much memory? I don't know, to be honest. Let's see if this ever happens. Doesn't seem like it does. Here's an out of bounds. Index. So wait, update game. Tries to get an enemy using an ID. The ID is 5 and the index is 2000. How can it be ID 5 and index 2000? The idea is wrong that I'm spawning an enemy. There's no way these are correct. That makes absolutely no sense. I guarantee you that this guy already has ID 5. So why is it using ID 5 on index 2000? That is fishy. Let's see. More. Ah, I hate that! Alright, on 5 we have ID 5, index 5. Now we're looking at the last 20 enemies starting at 2000 ID. So, one primary action spawns a skeleton, and that spawn enemy function generates a new ID, which means enemy IDs is initialized to 1, but then yeah, that's the issue. I see. We need to put that where we clear the enemies. Then that never happens. Good stuff. Okay. Check memory tab. If total of allocations are in millions, disable Tracy alloc. How do I disable Tracy alloc again? ID or ID.d? ID. Buddy. Okay.
We got it. Haha, Cakez uses ID.
But it is ID. Okay. So now it's already also using out of bounds. That's fine though. Because it's using the ID 2008 and index 2007. But obviously the last enemy got moved to a different position. Which means... But that's bad, isn't it? Oh yeah, because the enemy disappeared. Since it disappeared, it returns null pointer. Let me check. I want to check something really quickly. It's fine, I think. If an enemy disappears... Right, obsidian. Am I breaking something here? Let's say I have an array. 0, 1, and 2. And inside each of these slots... Inside each one of these slots... I have the ID... or the index 0, 1, and 2. Then I go ahead and I kill number 1. Well, the solution that I have right now is to move over number 2 into the slot of 1 to keep the array packed. So now we have 0 and 2 in here. Meaning if I now have a UID that is ID 2 and index 2, we get a null pointer. Because it's out of bounds, but it actually exists because it didn't update yet. So what I need to do is, if I'm out of bounds with the index, that doesn't mean that it's not still in there. The ID doesn't exist, so I have to search. On out of bounds, I need to search. It's a bit annoying, but basically we inverse this. If index is less than count, search. And then we get rid of the out of bounds check here and we say we have to search. Alright. Good. Now we have correct behavior. For that at least. It's a limited scenario, but it can happen. So what I could potentially be doing is, if an enemy dies, then... But even then, like, all of the IDs that are referencing that. Or can I store references to IDs? No, that doesn't work. It's like pointers to IDs. That does not work. Could it? Could it work? Guys, I have a question. So let's see. Question. Let's say we have enemies. And they are inside an array. And each enemy carries a unique ID with them, which is just an integer number, okay? Each enemy carries a unique ID. Consists of an ID, which is an int, and an index. Okay, now a chunk needs to, is it just an array? Holds an array of IDs. Each chunk just stores a unique ID. That enemy is inside the chunk. Now, can I store? I can't. I can't store a reference nor a pointer. Let's say I store a pointer. Then the unique ID in the chunk points to this memory location. Or a better example is, it could point to the unique ID here. But then when I perform the swap, let's say this enemy dies, and I perform the swap of this entire thing and move it here, the unique ID still points to this location. So I cannot really store pointers here. I can't store pointers. Because when performing the swap, here we have old data. And the moment a new enemy arrives, new enemy, we also have a new ID, a new unique ID, which is then changing, it changes this value right here. So the only really thing that I can store in the chunk are hard values, meaning at some point this unique ID here will index, the index in here will be out of bounds, but the ID is still correct and point to this enemy. So I then have to do a for loop going through all of them to find this guy. Or what I do is, since it's out of bounds, it doesn't mean that the enemy doesn't exist anymore, but right now I can't find it. Do we update this mid-frame, the swap? I do the swap immediately, though I could potentially just clean up, I could potentially just mark the enemy as dead, then clean up the enemies, perform all of the swaps, and then use the new system. Yeah, okay, so it would be like a 3-step process then, yeah. So I mark the enemy as dead. He's not dead yet. And then when I update the enemy next frame, that's when I clean it up. So like I have a separate loop for cleaning up enemies. Leave the area alone, set the enemy to inactive. If I set the enemy to inactive, if I set this to inactive, then every time I spawn an enemy, I have to do a for loop check just to spawn it to find these points. That's very inefficient. I will just do a cleanup loop inside the game. So like I do here, for example. Essentially, let me see. Update chunks. This thing doesn't take long anyways. Yeah, we can check with profile again. Just one question, guys. Did we figure out how I can check the memory of Tracy Profiler? How can I log the memory of Tracy Profiler? Did someone say that? Stack trace. Stack dev, disable Tracy alloc. Disable Tracy alloc. Open statistic, look at zone counts, look for zones greater than 500,000 gold. That's a runaway loop. Then check the memory tab if total allocations are the millions. How do I disable Tracy alloc? This guy told me to disable Tracy alloc 10 times, but he never said how. It's kind of annoying. Check the memory tab. No memory data collected. Maybe because I didn't look at this yet. Okay. So let's just take this and also stop. So update enemies is the one that takes 1 millisecond? And then this takes 5 milliseconds? What? 1 sec. What? Wait. Okay, so there we go. That's much better. Self time is a couple. Yeah, it's neighbor collision check. All right. Yeah. Update enemies. Child zones. Time distribution. Neighbor collision check is the one that takes the longest, and then we have get enemy with the correct ID, which takes... Get enemy takes 3 milliseconds, but the collision check 41,000. So, I don't know what you mean by memory. Doesn't do anything. When you delete an element from an array or vector, you will have to shift all the elements. No, we're not doing that, Test DJ. That would be very, very inefficient. Tracy alloc is a macro you use. You have to specifically be used on my glance at the Tracy PDF. If you haven't marked any of your allocations in the code with it, I don't think you're using it. I see. He's already swap popping, yeah. Overwrite them in your header. Define Tracy alloc, void 0. But we are not allocating. This is just a Tracy profiler allocating it. Profiler memory usage. So it's the profiler. Neighbor collision check, guys. That is the slow part. 2,000 times. Check the statistics tab in Tracy Profile. Okay. I mean... Yeah, 800 million. Yeah, we update enemies is the big one here. 3 seconds. 2 million. Yeah, deleting an entry in a vector will shift the elements, as far as I know, yeah. All right, let's make neighbor collision check faster. Get enemy is... Hold up. Get enemy is part of the neighbor collision check. Resolve collision. Wait, so the slow part is called get enemy. Hold up. Neighbor collision check and... Oh, wait, let's just take that. When we look at one neighbor collision check, it just calls a bunch of get enemies. But there's not much that we could do. 40 times. So it checks 9 tiles times maximum 10 enemies. That's 90 tiles. It calls it 40 times. Always though. Is it always calling it 40 times? No, here's 1 enemy. Hold up, 20 enemies? It's awesome. It's odd that it's calling it a flat number of times. That's what I find weird. It shouldn't call it... Like, why is it never 13 or 16 or 5? Why is it always a multiple of 10? Yeah, it's always a multiple of 10. That's odd. Wait, this one took long. Why did that take so long? Weird. Must be like a bug. Or this could be debug related. Yeah, that's all weird. Why 20 times? Maybe because it's getting himself. Skip yourself here. Maybe I need to put the skip yourself before the get enemy. And it'll improve it. Let's see. Because each chunk is 10 enemies, so I have a bug there. Well, let's see the numbers now. Let's see the numbers now. Let's look at one of these. 40,000. Neighbor collision check. Still 40. Okay, that's odd. That's definitely odd. There's no way there's 40 enemies here. Maybe I should have waited though. I think that's actually correct, guys. No, I think it's actually correct. You know why? Because in the beginning, I'll show you. The enemies, they all go to one tile. They all go to this tile right here. And then this tile is full. Because it's clamping the enemies to that tile. Then that tile is full, has 10 enemies in there. Still a bit odd though. So let's wait a bit longer. Let's wait until there's more enemies inside. Like here in the main building. Then we'll see. Does anyone know how to make the perform or the profile and memory usage lower? Your loop is iterating over every single slot regardless? No, it's not. Alright, pause, stop. Let's just look at the last one here. This one. That's 30,000. Okay, that's different now. Let's go here. See, that's 8. 4, 10, 20. 4, 10, 8. That looks a bit better. 12. Yeah, that's better. A lot better. Still a lot of 10 and 20s, which I find a bit fishy. That could be certain zones, though, that are flooded with enemies. So far, it's always a multiple of 2, though, which is also a bit odd. Certainly better, though. He needs a new approach if you wanted to do 30k. Yeah, it looks like... So right now we are only checking 2,000 enemies, right? We can't even go to 10. Because... get enemy is the slow part. It takes 2 milliseconds. But it's the fastest way to get enemies already. So how can we... how could we potentially code it? I don't think there's a faster way. Yes, you are. Check the loop code for chunk.enemies. Yeah. I mean, if there's nothing in the array, it doesn't do anything. It's not checking 10 enemies, guys. It's not checking 10 enemies every time. I can prove it to you if you want to. Explain what you currently do for get enemy the architecture of the collision. The collision doesn't even take time. It just takes time to get the enemy out of the array. And getting an enemy out of the array, I showed the code multiple times, but I could show it again. It takes in an ID reference. And if it's not out of bounds, which for the most part it is not, it indexes directly into the enemy, does a check if the ID is correct. So it just compares an integer value to an integer value. And then it returns the index into the array. It's like a lookup of O.1, O of 1. It doesn't get faster than this. The problem is you're using an array. Oh, so Mr. Keyboard Warrior, what is better than using an array and directly indexing into an array? Tell me, buddy, what is better, huh? To be able to scale the enemy call, it should be a single array lookup and maybe a UI check. You don't modify the array, just don't modify the array mid-frame. Either make a larger array than you need and clean pack at the end. So what you're saying is, if the index is out of bounds or something else, I always return null pointer. And otherwise I never search the enemy is what you're saying. Get enemy should never search. To be able to scale get enemy call. Yeah, you can't do linear search on this many. But I never really do that. Look, I'll show one sec, okay? 1 sec. I just want to make sure that... So it has 6 enemies. 6, right? Let's count this. This is the first iteration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it stops the code. So it went through this loop 6 times. Okay? So the for loop doesn't always do 10 iterations. It does as many iterations as the array has things, if that makes sense. Yeah, so no, someone told me that I have a multiple of 10 because I'm always checking 10 enemies. The ID that I'm checking is never 0. Yeah, the search and you get enemy. Let's see. Right, if the ID is less, and then the search, we turn this to false, right? We turn this off. Right, and then we also measure scope again. Okay, so I am the problem that you can't cut your hair? What did you say? So I was in the bathroom shaving my beard, and when Cakez got a little louder, my speakers fully blew up. That startled me a little. The blade slipped, and now I have a 3 centimeter cut on my throat. Oh, so that's me! How about you don't put me on your speakers and maybe use something like headphones, or maybe you don't listen to something else while you're cutting your throat, huh? Goodness, hope you're okay though. Look at this guy. All right, let's see. Let's look at Tracy. Discard. Yes. All right. Let's wait a bit. Still uses a lot of memory. No Van Clownsing. I fully blame the speakers on that. You better blame the speakers, buddy. You better blame the speakers. Alright, guys. That's a good one. Stop. Here we go. Update enemies takes 4 milliseconds. The collision check itself takes 1.9 milliseconds. Resolving the collision is a couple of microseconds. And the get enemy function is still 1 millisecond. 29,000 times get enemy costs 1.34 milliseconds. I don't think that there is a faster way to do it. It's literally just an array lookup now. It is an array lookup at this point. Nothing fancy. I cannot optimize this any further, guys. Aren't you doing it squared? No, I'm not. You need to optimize your enemy storage. Well, I can only optimize enemies so much. So to make this faster, the only way to do that is to make the enemy smaller. We can. Read the rest. Yeah, to reduce cache misses. Yeah, I know. Why not store the enemy pointer in the chunk? It's the same. SOA versus AOS, your enemy struct is fat. True. The difference here between structure of array, structure of array of structures, right? So we could split the enemy part into data that we need to look up, right? So in order to collide with an enemy, we need the position. And the direction, maybe. We could basically say, well, an enemy Enemy positions, yeah. A vector of enemy positions would make this a lot faster. And then each enemy indexes into their position. We really only need the position for that, do we? We already have spatial partitioning. We're already doing spatial partitioning. Otherwise, these calls to get enemy would be 2000 by 2000s. And that would be, let's see. We would be doing 4 million checks. Right now, we do 30,000 actually. So we have drastically reduced the checks already. Array of structures of arrays. SIMD. Okay, buddy. Okay, so what we could do is just store the enemy positions inside an array. In a game state, right next to the enemies. Okay, and then we need to get rid of the struct enemy. We need to get rid of the position. That'll cause a bunch of issues. Alright, in order to update this, how do we update this properly? Update enemies, fill chunks, update chunks. Clean up enemies. Now, I can make enemies even better, guys. The target tile. Animation state. Could be a U8. That's U8. Let's see. 8. 8. 8. Sprite ID. Can't really do that. Shit. The different sprites. That's fine. Render options is also fine. How much is this? 24, right? It's int. No, it's just in int. Okay, that's a 32. I guess we do components. So now we have slots for 8 components. It's not perfect yet. I could rearrange this a little bit. This becomes 32. Then this is multiple of 32s. How many animation states we have? Well, we could say that sprite ID is a U16, but it's fine for now. How many count? Is it 5? 4. So that is 4 times 32. We can clean up a little bit more, but for now it's fine. Later down the line, we could also turn these into integer values because the HP attack, there won't be that much. Maybe HP will be... Yeah, maybe HP, but we could also just increase armor or something. Alright, we need to clone. We need to change a lot of code for that though. Clean up enemies. For int I 0I is less than game state enemies dot count I plus plus enemy reference enemy in game is game state enemies on I enemy dot I Index is I. That's the cleanup. And then if enemy dot components and component def. Then game state enemies dot remove index and swap I and do minus minus. So that is basically the cleanup for enemies. Then after that is done, we update the chunks. And the cool thing is, for each enemy that we're getting, we don't even need to get the enemy anymore. We do const vector2 reference enemy position, which is game state enemy positions on enemy index. And then we can just work on that. Oh, we need to get the enemy, unfortunately. We still need to get the enemy to put the ID in there, but that's fine, because we only do it once per frame. Good, so next. Enemy position. We get a new enemy. I see, so how do I do that? Spawn an enemy? I guess it needs the position, huh? Spawn enemy now needs a position. Alright, next. The position. Yeah. Good. Next. Update enemies. Okay, target tile. Well, spawn enemy should turn the enemy's target tile. Ah, that doesn't work. It's a U8 255. I can never target the tile 0. That's the issue. Well, then I need to use 16, but sign 16. That's a bit annoying, but fine. There's no other way. Why is it complaining? Did it not save this? It's a sign 16. I can do -1. Const qualifier. Oh, I see, it's a const enemy. Great. All right. Good. Get grid coordinates. Target tile, not enemy position. Yeah, we need the enemy position. There we go. Here's the problem. Hold up. Cleanup system, where's that? Cleanup enemies. If I remove this enemy and swap, I also need to do game state enemy positions dot remove index and swap on I first. I need to swap that index and this index. And I think swap already does count -. It does. So I'm hoping this works, because I'm really scared to have like separated positions and things, because I feel like the errors will no longer match, guys. That I feel like I'll get teleporting enemies. You know? I'm really scared of that. But fine. Enemy position. Now you're cleaning the enemy proper. Yeah. Yeah. What is this? Does this need an I vector too? It needs a grid position, okay. Okay, enemy position. Good, enemy position. Target tile. Get tile. I think it takes in an I vector too. Yeah, it does. Great. Where did you... Huh? Oh my god, is that annoying. Yeah, I vector too, buddy. Good stuff. Good. Then this is minus enemy position. Enemy position plus equals. Get grid coordinates. Enemy position. Next. Enemy position. Yes. Neighbor position. Okay. Neighbor position. Const. Vector to reference. Neighbor position is game state enemy positions on neighbor dot id dot index. Why is this complaining? Eh? Ah, it's a UID. Never mind. Neighbor position. Goodness, is that annoying. Alright, and you guys are saying that this will be a lot faster. Okay, so let's compare this, right? We're almost done. Let me finish this. I just changed, and I think I can just turn this off. N squared doesn't matter anymore, so this can go away. And yeah, there we go. Target X. And target Y. Oops. Oh, shit. One more. We good. Okay, so I just changed this, that the game will now track enemies and their positions separately, because the position is used for the collision detection, and that's the lowest amount of data that we would need to track where other enemies are, right? So we can't make this any lower than just a vector to resolve the collision. And now, whenever we are looking for an enemy neighbor, we just need their position. In order to get the position, we don't even need to get the neighbor here. We just index into the position, and it should be a valid position. So we have the enemy ID here, and that should, instead of calling get enemy, there should be a function get enemy position. to make this more efficient. Does it return a copy to the vector2 or a pointer to it? I guess we want to get the position to change it, huh? So by default, we just return null pointer and we just check if the uid.index is less than or equal less than the game state enemy positions.count. Then we know, and we just return game state dot enemy positions on uid.index. The address to that, so we can change it. But that returns us a pointer. And then here the neighbor position is, we can say, get neighbor position and turn that into a vector2 pointer. Oh, get enemy position, sorry. Right, and then we exchange that with the neighbor position. If we don't have a neighbor position for whatever reason, we continue. And if we do, then we can just use the value of this position to use in our calculation. So just doing this change, you guys are saying that from the previous let's make it 2 milliseconds. From the previous 2 milliseconds, how far are we talking? How much are we going down? This is the most efficient way we can do this, right? I say it won't make a significant difference going up. I don't think it'll go up at all, because now we have a lot less lookups. At least 2. Guys, yeah, I know it's 2, but I'm saying it'll go down. It should go down. By how much? It will be 1.9. 1.97. So it'll go up. .35 milliseconds. So you think it'll be below 1 milliseconds? 1.3, 1.8, 69. Okay, I have no idea what to expect. I gotta be honest. This is the first time I'm doing such an optimization. Maybe it'll be good. I don't know. Let's see. You guys ready? You ready? Remember, okay, it was almost 2 milliseconds before. Let's hope I didn't waste my time. I really do. I really hope I didn't waste my time. Index out of bounds. Error. Why? Am I doing something wrong? We had 1 FPS. Okay, wait. Lib. This is the assert message was happening. Why? It does error index out of bounds. Wait. Could it be? Huh? Oh. Oh, I see. Sorry about this. How do I do that? Oof. I mean, ooh. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I really don't know. Let's hope that this does not become a problem. Okay, I mean, that's just an if check here. Okay. Remove index and peg. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's frontier. Never mind. Okay. It's running. The enemies are running in the wrong location. That's great. At least they're not colliding, I guess. Where are you going? Alright, time to check the Tracy profiler. Let's see. Discard. Yes. Connect. Okay, guys. It's time. Stop. Let's see. Did we improve? Did the enemies improve? 4 milliseconds. Neighbor collision check. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I didn't put a measure scope there. Sorry about that. One sec. I need to measure scopes. Sorry about this. Sorry. One more time. Look at the disk usage. Yeah, I know the profiler is just going crazy with this, huh? Discard. Okay, one more time. This time, for surely this time. I really don't know where these guys are going. Must be some initialization thing that happens. I think an update enemy, this needs to be... yeah, if target X is the same as -1 and -1. That code, but okay. Oh, now they're coming back. I see, they're only going there. And then they go somewhere else. And then they disappear. Funny. Alright, let's see. How much we talking, guys? How much we talking? Huh? How much? Pause. Stop. Oops. How much do you think? It took 4 milliseconds still. On... How many enemies is that? Is it 2,000 enemies? So we went down a little bit, I guess. To 1.44 milliseconds. Yeah. 1.5. So barely anything. Nothing. 9,000 get enemy positions. 9,000 get enemy positions. It's less calls. Here's 38,000. Oh, guys, it's 2 milliseconds.
Tracy adds latency, so it didn't change at all. Yeah, but it added latency at the other one too. And what did we do, huh?
It added latency to the... listen, how about this? I got an idea. just to compare the two, I'm going to call both. Okay? Just to compare the two. Less calls is always better, Limao. Yeah, but you guys were telling me how calling get enemy is inefficient because the enemy is a big structure. It would be faster to iterate over a structure of arrays. So then I do a structure of arrays and it's still slow. So what are we talking here, guys? See, you guys were just talking gibberish. Watch. Watch. Stop. Discard. Yes. Connect. Let's wait a bit. We'll wait a bit. Oh, don't read implement wrong. Stop doing these functions to make them direct access. Okay, so you're saying that the function invocation is the slow part. That's what you're saying. You still have cache misses because you don't iterate to retrieve the enemies in order. Yeah, I can't. It is literally impossible to do that. I cannot do that. Let's just look at this. Get enemy position. So get enemy position is faster here. Okay, very nice. It is faster on average. It's getting 10. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it uses that much. So it is definitely more efficient to do this. But you guys are saying maybe the function call would be even faster. Okay, let's see. The entire neighbor collision check is 3 milliseconds. Let's compare direct access versus the pointer, right?
Sturdy Post says imagine spending time profiling non-functional algorithm to make it non-functional faster.
Ho ho ho!
They could have made could they have made ah! I need this though, guys. I need this.
7 clown.
Ho ho ho!
So you guys are saying this is faster than calling a function. You guys are saying this is the fastest way to do it. No? Okay, so then what's faster? Operator is still a function. Okay, listen, I can do .elements on. And now I get the data directly. I told you already, store the enemy positions per chunk, not in a global array. Wait, I put the positions of the enemies into the chunks? What? But hold up. So do I just copy the enemy position over into the chunk and store it on the enemy too? Or do I just separate the position entirely? But that's why I was asking the question that's why I was asking the questions in my last 2 messages. You can copy it. So you guys are saying I store, and when I operate on the enemy, I use the enemy with the position directly, and when I store the position of the enemy in the chunk, it's the previous one.
I think you're wasting time. The game will take 4 years. See, people told me that about Tangy TD2, but listen, man, I'm making a game that is heavily inspired by their billions. They can have 20,000, 30,000 units on screen. If I cannot compete with them, then I'm worse, meaning I lose, okay? And so I want to make a game like that, so don't fucking tell me what to do and say that I'm wasting my time when I literally have to do the same thing that these guys have done. They are billions use soft density separation. Yeah, that's a great word, my friend. Did you look that up on Google AI or something and it told you that? Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
How many enemies are you aiming for? All the enemies. I'm aiming for all the enemies. I use C++, guys. Okay, guys, let's just see how fast this lookup is compared to the one before. It was 14% before, but let's first test this here. Get to work? What you talking about? I'm getting to work the entire time. Huh? Index mismatch. Big problem. Uh-oh. That's not good. That is not good. That's not good. I know why. It's fine though. Right, Tracy profiler. Come on, hurry up. Close. No, don't save. Discard. Hurry up. Stop. Update enemies took 1 millisecond here. Neighbor collision check is 1.6 milliseconds. But I need a trace, I guess, for that. I can't tell. It's difficult to say. Resolve collision. No, guys, I need to have like some sort of scope here to know if it's an improvement or not. I know this is bad to do because it also takes performance away, but I need to check. Array lookup. I need to do it like this, guys. Otherwise I can't compare. Delete your game, bro. Delete your game. See, people told me that with Tangy TD like 10 million times.
Listen, buddy, okay? Come back in a couple of months and then be in awe at how much the game has improved and how good it looks, okay? Right now, yeah, we're struggling. We're learning something new, but just wait, okay? With every day, with every step, we'll learn something, and you will stay the same, because you don't spend the time and effort to learn something new. No, you just look up on Google, watch some videos, and feel smart about yourself. But guess what these guys are telling to you? They're lying, okay? They are not actually trying to help you. They're just trying to make you feel good by watching some stupid videos and giving you big names. Okay? It's a time to wake up, buddy. Wake up!
I need a coffee. No, stop saying save trace. Discard. And then yes. See, like what breaks my brain is that I need to click the right button and then the left button.
Ho, ho, ho.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
Shut up, shut up.
7 spins.
Shut up.
Ho, ho, ho.
Don't tell me what to do. Holy cow. So array lookup is 1 millisecond. Really? Really? The array lookup is 1 millisecond. And resolve collision is the rest. Is then the rest normalized? Is the rest the normalized thing?
The powers of your brain are overwhelming.
I don't get the error. I did get the arrow. I did get the arrow yesterday, yes. Alright, guys, one more test. I wanted to talk about something, man. I hope I get to it. It's already 2 hours, 40 minutes. I want to talk about incremental games, guys. I saw a very interesting video about Jonathan Blow, and I want to ask you guys a big question about that too, man. Because for me, most of these games are just not fun at all, bro. I don't get why people play them. I want to know why. Alright, guys. Let's see. Tracy, my buddy. You've been by my side for such a long time. It's been a year, and I love you. You've been doing very well. You've been helping me so many times. Connect, please. Yes. Good job, buddy. Alright, guys. Now, I'm assuming that when I click on one of these, it'll tell me exactly what 100% of the distribution is like, you know? I know exactly. Normalizes now. Okay, so array lookup is 1 millisecond. The normalize is 1.6. 40,000 normalizes. Okay, so here's the array lookup. Now, if I'm a bit confused by this. 50% is the neighbor collision check of update game, I guess. Update enemies. Then there's another 50% that we are not looking at right now. That is spent somewhere else. I didn't even see that. This is just 50%. Oh, we have 2 normalizers here. I guess this would be moving the enemy. This shouldn't be anything. This shouldn't be anything either. Let's make a local scope here. This is moving the enemy. Arrived at tile 1, that never really happens. Idle doesn't happen. Drawing the sprite. Animate and draw. Let's make that a scope too. Let's just figure out where all of the time is spent. There you go. Very nice. Awesome. I have points to highlight. Oh, I have points to highlight. That's nice, baby. In a bar. I wish I could see. He could see your comments. I'll see his comments. What are you talking about? Cakez, do steps 1 and 2. You should be able to test this approach within a few minutes. Step 1. Update the chunk structure and replace the old enemies vector to this. Why would I do a pointer of enemies? Populate the chunks with the pointers at the start of the frame fixed update. Store pointer directly. Do these 2 things and watch the magic. So you think... What do you guys think about that? I think it could work. Since I'm now cleaning up the enemies properly at the end of the frame. That's what I said initially, but I got scolded. Okay, I'm pulling you up. You're lying. Hold up. Hold up. This guy is lying. I was talking in YouTube. Oh, yeah, I was talking in YouTube, so I can't pull you up now. Sure, bro. I remember you saying this. That is 16 minutes into... Wait, that is 16:21. Okay, buddy. This guy is... Wanna try my Roblox game, Cakes? Not today. Today I'm trying a different game. You can pull up YouTube too, but I don't know his name on YouTube. I don't know his name. You got lucky. You got lucky. I think we could store the pointers in this scenario, actually. God, I'm so confused every time with what to do. All right, here we have it. Update enemies. This is barely anything.
Master,
So where is the time
the
spent?
calculations are in and
If only
the
40%
powers of
is
your brain are overwhelming.
the collision check. If you squint your eyes, your eyes. Sorry, your self time. Update enemies take 7 milliseconds. Oh wait. So neighbor collision check is the thing that takes the most amount of time. 87%. And then inside those, normalize, array lookup. I'm a bit confused. I really do not understand how that works. So update enemies, neighbor collision check takes 6 milliseconds? Update, wait, self time. Wait, I'm confused. In this frame, update enemies took 7 milliseconds. That much? Why is it taking 7 milliseconds? Should I learn C++ or no? If you want to learn C++, you could do that, yeah. I would use STL or SFML. Both can be fun. I have never tried out SFML, so I can't really tell you. I would use Raylib over STL though, but both of them are very good. This concept of using pointers is the reason why this language is so powerful the second you start using it. No, I know, but an entire pointer, I mean, we'll see. Why is this so long? 7 milliseconds, all of a sudden it exploded in time. Why? Normalize, array lookup. Like, I think it's adding these together. I think it's calculating this wrong. Huh? It's checking two. It's calling neighbor collision check 2000 times. That is so odd. That is so odd. Like, it also doesn't make any sense that normalize and array lookup is in here because that's one level deeper. It calls neighbor collision check. And animate and move enemy. These are the ones that it's actually checking. But these are part of neighbor collision check. It's adding them together. Which it shouldn't do. It just adds all of these together. Huh? That makes absolutely no sense. I've never seen that before. What? That is so... Maybe because these are... No, I don't understand. Keep adding more scopes. Yeah, you can make fun of this, okay? Yeah, sure. Make fun of it. Just wait. Just like all the other people. No, I'm not even calling this. I'm not even calling this at all. Let's just don't do the thing right here. I don't get it. We didn't lose track of any of the problem an hour ago. No, we have made a lot of progress. I'm still waiting to know what the problem is. Bro, what you talking about? You have been watching the entire time and you don't know what we're doing? Like, what have you been watching then? I think it's kinda obvious what we're doing, right? Bruh? Don't you bruh me? I just arrived 10 minutes ago? Now it's 3 milliseconds. Group together children locations. Maybe that's a bit better. Okay, so this one's better. Time distribution is bad. Child zones is what we need to look at. I think. Yes. And inside neighbor collision check. We could click on that and see what is... Okay, so 60% or 70% almost of updating one enemy is spent in the neighbor collision check. Then 10% is animating a drawing, and moving the enemy is also 10%. And that is for 2,000 enemies. That is 2,000 enemies. Okay. That's a bit better already. I don't know where they're going, but they're going somewhere. That's better. Okay. And I think we've been looking at the Tracy compiler a bit wrong. Profiler, sorry, not compiler. I apologize. I meant compiler. Resolve collision. Yeah. Measure scope normalize. Now I want to do normalize again. And I want to do the array lookup again. I want to see maybe we can figure out how that works now. Do the pointer work and blow everyone's mind? We'll see, we'll see. I still need to see how the time is distributed. But let's see. Alright, discard, yes. And to those people who are saying I'm wasting my time, I don't even know what you're talking about. If you're thinking of a normal day time, normal work day, you could say that the work day is 3 hours right now, and I've already made giant progress.
in terms of knowledge on how to make something more efficient and faster, but also for the game to make it run better so that when someone plays it, they don't lag at all. We could even make it in the browser. So I really don't know what you're talking about when you're saying that I'm wasting my time.
Stop. All right, it definitely, yeah, it says 6 milliseconds, but that is wrong. It's wrong. So that it looks like the Tracy profiler adds such a ginormous overhead to this that a normal update enemy's call, which would be 3 milliseconds, maybe even less, becomes much more because of all of the zones that it has to add in. I think it's polluting this. The distribution here now is 80%, and I guarantee you that's because of all of the zone starts. It's because it does 30,000 array lookups and normalizes. It's because the Tracy compiler gets initialized and deinitialized. Quinn's slop game looks much better since you last seen it on stream, to be honest, but wasn't that like 3 days ago or something? What's the point of Tracy then? Yeah, Tracy should be able to discard its own execution time. Initialization and execution time. It should be able to do that. What the fuck up is with your kick chat, Cakez? Chat history? Yeah, there was some retard there. Chat history? Yeah, there was some retard there. Oops. I don't know what's wrong with this. Yeah. I'm using a flow field, yeah. Well, that's annoying. That's a bit annoying. Okay, has anyone used Tracy? Maybe I'm using Tracy wrong. Can we figure out how to better use Tracy then? So much better than... Yeah, it is better than yesterday, that's for sure. The collision? Yeah, the enemies should not be on top of each other. They should collide, yeah. Pointers? Yeah, no, I get it, but... benchmarks? No, like, there should be a way, we should be, maybe I'm just using it wrong. Someone in the past tried to tell me how to use Tracy differently, which, try other profilers. I don't think we can do much. There was a different setting for Tracy, which made Tracy very laggy. I forgot how to do that. It was Tracy all or something. This is a game? Yeah, we're working on a new game. Right now I'm working on enemy movement and enemy collision and basically spawning a lot of enemies and optimizing it so that the game doesn't lag. No, the branchiness of the code wouldn't be much of an issue. Won't be much of an issue. That's not the issue. No, I want to... Tracy is fucking up the past. These two things here are turning the... basically making it slow because Tracy is adding the initialization and computation time to the time it takes to do the code itself. So basically initializing a point, a zone scope, that time is added to this, then doing the code itself, and then de-initializing it, making the, you know, calculating how long the scope takes. All of that time is added to this, which makes this look longer than it actually is. Because it does it so many times. Do I do it for every enemy in the neighboring cells? Yes, I check 9 cells for each enemy. I can zone it in a bit more, but basically right now I do 9. It's fine, but the problem that we are facing right now is not that. The problem that we are facing right now is that Tracy adds too much overhead. And so I can't really tell how long each function takes. Tracy's automatic, that's what the chunk system's for. What do you mean Tracy's automatic? Are you guys listening? Every enemy looks at their neighbors and then calculates a new directional vector. If enemy 1 is looking at enemy 2, 3, and 4, and then I look at enemy 2, it looks at 1 as well and at 2. Yes. Guys, this is fine, but... Guys, this is fine, but the problem is not this. The problem is that Tracy adds overhead. I feel like I'm talking to the past. Tracy, no call stack in lines. What is that? Aesthetic chrono and accumulate into different values for each thing, and you want to measure and pointer after the loop. We have tried Tracy sampling, i.e. source code. No call stack in line. What does that mean? I'll try it out. Fine. No call stack in lines, whatever that is. I just define it, or I set it to 1? Hey, sorry, you may have already answered this before, but what's your opinion on AI, analyzing this kind of thing? I can only really talk about AI once I used it. I don't know. Let's see. I don't want to develop a debug app. I want to spend my time making games as much as possible. I don't want to work on that. Alright, let's see. So what did I just do? Does it change? No, it's still the same way it was before. It still takes up way too much space. Like neighbor collision check does not take 3 milliseconds. it just... Well, or... It does. Actually, I think I understand now. Okay, I think I actually understand now. Hold up. I think I get it now. So, self-time. Time distribution. Yeah. I think self-time checkbox is the time it actually takes. And that's why it's 45%. Because it is subtracting Tracy's time. And therefore, we can say that the entire neighbor collision check is 3 milliseconds. I don't think so. I think so. Because watch, if I take self-time off, the neighbor collision check becomes 6 milliseconds. And then update enemies becomes 100%, which is how much it says it is here. But that's not actually how long it takes. I can prove it to you, watch. I will take away these two measure scopes that take a lot of... These two measure scopes take very long. Because it does them 40,000 times. Okay, 40,000 times happens on array lookup and normalize. Look, I'll find one that is similar to this. Okay? Remember, 6.5 milliseconds, 30,000 times normalize, 30,000 times array lookup. Okay? Remember this. I'll start again. Maximize, like we maximize the window. And we go to Tracy and we wait a couple of seconds for it to you know, get to the point where discard. Like I think around 20 seconds is when we can start. We can already start, but we wait a bit. I want to see a couple of enemies move here and then let me stop. You got a super chat, Cakez? I got a super chat. Yo, my man, thank you very much for $10. Holy cow, one sec. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much for the support, bro. What a nice person. Thanks, man. Big W sub chat, guys, for I'm only kinda gay weeb. On YouTube, guys. Big W sub chat. Thank you very much, my man. No, I mean it, my man. Thank you very much. Let me pause. Stop. Let me see. Let's take any frame where we can group these together. So that one's bad. Well, we can't really, but okay. Let's take one that takes 3 milliseconds. They're all 2 milliseconds now. Do I have one that's 3? They're all 2. You see how it's magically 2 milliseconds, guys? You see this? All of them are consistently 2 milliseconds. Here's one that's a bit longer. And now you see that the neighbor collision check is 1.5 milliseconds. Because it doesn't have to initialize and de-initialize the Tracy thing all the time. Yet update enemy still takes 2.5 milliseconds. So Tracy does add all of that to it. I just saw your Insta reaction. I just saw your Insta reaction to seeing your Steam sales. Congrats on your hard work. My dream is also came true and bought my first property in Japan. Oh my man, big W's. Congratulations. And got a dual citizenship. And my wife keep it up. Okay, thank you. Congrats, bro. You guys winning in life. Very nice. You got your first property. That's very good. Now let's hope it's not one of those haunted properties, you know. Yeah, I've been waking up to some nightmares, yeah, you know. Yeah. Guys, I think we have already made it very efficient, but I want to test out what you guys have been saying, okay? How about we now store the pointer to each enemy in a chunk? Right, each chunk. Instead of enemies, we have an enemy pointer. I think it'll be slower. Let's first start with... No, it's an enemy pointer. Let's just do enemies too. I think it's fine. Huh? No. Oh, I see in enemies too. Yeah, I meant enemies too. Alright, so now we have an actual enemy. And the only thing that we need to skip is ourselves. Properly. Skip yourself. You don't need this F check. Vector to neighbor position is a neighbor position. Well, UID is still a lookup into an array. That's a bit annoying. Well, I have to. Okay. You guys, are you saying I should still separate the positions or not? Guys, should I still separate the positions or not? Should I still separate the positions? But then in the chunks I should only store a pointer to the positions at that point. But at that point, it's the same. I really don't see any... Pointer is an index into RAM. Yeah, it might be a tiny bit faster than using an ID to grab a pointer. To grab that pointer since it's less interaction, but you gave up a lot of safety by using pointers directly. Pointers can be fine since I know what I do. Pointers are fine here because I know what I'm doing. But yes. Hello there, Carl Steph. I'm making a game like they are billions. Oh man. Okay, AQ. Separate position, yes or no? Tell me. Yeah, AQ the mic. Huh? Turn it to this. See, now this is when these smart people are quiet. Look, AQ could just be away.
Master M. The calculations are in and M. The powers of your brain are overwhelming.
Why is this complaining now? Enemy has cost would bind on R value. Oh, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Hello, super cool. How you doing, my man? I wanna know your take soon. Can already prepare for that, buddy. I think you will be able to help me. Did you ever separate the position out of your units? To make it more efficient? When, you know, drawing these 30,000 units? Uh-oh. Let's see. Alright guys, almost there. Almost there. Last one. Very nice. No, I did not. The actor has position health and some other stuff. The low is a low footprint though. Yeah. Alright guys, so now we are storing pointers in the chunks. And the pointer has the position directly on it. Let's see how long that takes. Does it still function correctly first? Does it still work? Do the enemies still know where to go? How about Cakez is about to break and implement his own easy? No, I'm not about to break. I'm a little bit sad that it takes a bit longer because I want to play Letakio's game. And I also want to play Gothic Remake. But I just want to learn right now. I'm in learning mode. The only thing that makes me a bit annoyed, again, is the fact that that's a bit late already. The enemies are not approaching, guys. Where are the enemies? Hello. The enemies are gone. What? What? I'm confused. Why did the enemies not go? Is there maybe an error somewhere? Guys, I'm testing things right now. I am testing things. That's why. Where are the enemies? Where do the enemies go? Eh? Yeah, it's spawning an enemy, but it doesn't see. It does nothing. It's not drawn. Spawn. Oh, I see. The reason why. I know why. I'm not assigning the position. That's why. Okay. Let's see. Oh. There it is. Now it spawns the skeleton. Yep. And now they go. It does look a little laggy. Am I right, guys? I mean, let's just check the Tracy profiler now. Alright. Where are the enemies? Are you coming? Hello? Enemies? There they are. They're on their way. Hold up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good stuff. Right, they collide with each other. It looks okay. Stop. Alright, let's see how long it takes to update. It is 2 milliseconds. It is literally the same time. It takes the same amount of time than just looking at the positions. There is no difference at all. 2 milliseconds. Now what we can do next is spawn 10,000 enemies to see how long it takes now. Let's do 10,000. And now we can see if the pointer or the direct access using an ID has any difference. Right? Now, the thing is, I can't actually draw 10,000 enemies. I can only draw 5,000. But we are not looking at the draw code. We are looking at the code that handles them. No, Cakez, it's 0.3 less. It was 1.5 last time. Now it's 1.2. Difficult to say. Really difficult to say. Why do I keep closing Tracy, man? Alright. Let's see. I am surprised how well this still runs. Yeah. Stop. Alright, guys, let's see. Yeah, 17 milliseconds. 12 milliseconds on the neighbor collision check. 11 milliseconds on this. Neighbor collision check. That is 10,000 enemies at once. That's a lot of stuff. Now they move into Africa. Okay. Now... And you guys are saying... Okay, let me undo what I just did. Let me undo the pointer and use this enemy position lookup. Okay. Think that's it. And then in game.h we also do that change again. Alright, I want to see the difference. If it has any difference. Guys, I need to test this right now, okay? Don't say bro to me. $10,000 enemies. Now we can check the difference. The actual difference. Alright, let's see. Difficult to say right now, because nothing shows up. Let's do the Tracy profiler. Discard. Let's wait for the enemies to approach. Yeah, there the enemies are coming. There they are. It definitely does look laggy. Not when I'm standing still. That is a lot of enemies. Goodness. It's laggy. I can already tell that it's laggy. Set 9 gigabytes. Stop. Oh god. Just clicking stop makes it lag. What the hell? 25 milliseconds, guys. 26. So the pointer was faster. Interesting. The pointer to the enemy in the chunk was faster than a separated position. Let me check if I don't do anything wrong. That why? Why? What? Here's the collision check. Now these are just function definitions. Maybe because the function definitions are here. Maybe because it's initializing this every frame. But it did that before. So that was there before. I'm talking bullshit. Yeah, I'm literally just getting the position by using an array lookup. That is the only difference. Instead of a pointer, use a copy. It doesn't really matter, I feel. I can use it. Okay, fine. Instead of, but I don't think it does anything. That's crazy though. 23 million. Yeah, it was a lot less. This was like 10 ms. Now it's 15 ms on that. That's interesting. It was 15 ms. What's the issue? Oh, we're trying to optimize the game by profiling different ways to update the enemies when we have 10,000 updating itself and finding a path. And right now it seems like that there's like very huge differences on how you do it. It should help a bit because it's a local stack variable and does not reread pointers every time. I mean, we'll see. Maybe the size of the window also is a difference? No, it doesn't. It still looks very laggy. Let's see. What the hell? Where is it here? Yeah, 35. 27. That's crazy. 17. Okay, I'm gonna do the pointer again. Let me change that real quick. Now it just adds addresses to enemies. Oh, I see. This is supposed to be neighbor. And then this is enemy ID. We don't need that. The neighbor position. We don't need that. All we just do is neighbor position. Oh yeah, and then I put on the enemy, I put the position. Man, then I'm gonna optimize the enemy. And I don't really need to separate the position at all. This can all be optimized to be using 8 bits only. This could be optimized to use 8 bits. Taz DJ, thanks very much for joining. Neighbor push. Oh no, that's enemy push. Let's test this first here. Oh no, I can't. I can't. I need to get rid of the enemy positions separately. So we still have some more work to do, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. You know, at the end I will do an optimized build and then we'll see how fast that runs. What the difference is. Wait. Get enemy position. I see. That's something else. Okay, let's see. Have you looked into structure of arrays? Yeah, we did. We did do that. We already did do that. But it doesn't seem to do much of a difference, but it does a difference. It definitely is better than just doing one big structure. Alright, so it definitely feels smoother already, guys. It is smoother already. The way I can move here, that feels smooth. Not gonna lie. Discard. So remember, right? This was over 20 ms. It's over 20 ms. Now we just wait for enemies to come. I was running a debug the entire time, yes. I will do optimized the next compilation. I think that's fine, right? That is fine. Bro, it's faster. It's faster. It was over 20 ms. That is a lot faster. That's crazy. And we could even separate out the position too. But I feel like we don't need to yet. We don't need to. I'm gonna try something real quickly. We can't change that. Then we have padding there. Sprite ID could be something that we change over time. We could say it's 16 at most, so that we can have 16,000 sprites. Yeah, I know, I'm not compiling with O2, I know. There's no errors at all, I'm just changing this data because I don't use it. Unfortunately, I can't change this. This has to be a float. The UID, I can't change it. 16,000 ID rotation. I feel like that's not something I should be doing. So UID can't change. Well, UID, this could be a U16, but then it will still pad another U16. So, turning this into it. I think so far this can be improved, and then render option flags. This could also be improved, but yeah. Separating out the position is also something we could be doing. We need the ID though. So I need the ID to skip myself. I can't just store positions. Alright guys, let's just optimize the game and see how far we go down. Let me see.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Yo,
Real
my man.
Super could just subscribe to where.
Is it just O2 like this, or do I have to do capital O2? Thank you, Superku. I appreciate the big support, my man. Thank you very much. Guys, is it just O2 like this? For Clang? This is building the engine and this is building the game. Okay guys, this will take a bit longer. No, O2 not found. Hold up. Is it just O2? Capital O3 maybe. Hold up. Hold up. I'll figure it out. Dash O2? Huh? What? I'll do the same thing as there. It's fine. Or maybe it needs to be after the file. No, it's before the file here too. That doesn't matter. Maybe we can't profile, but we should be able to. Let's see. Cannot specify O2. What? Cannot specify -O when generating multiple output files. What? What? Where? But before the O? Oh, it needs to be before the O, I see. So here. Or maybe even... Huh? I already had optimize? Wait, now it's complaining? So the first one went well. Pre-compiled header file, no such... Oh, I see. I'm so dumb. Sorry about this. Let's just put it here. I put it right next to the pre-compiled header thing. Of course, that doesn't work. Alright, so now we're optimizing. Let's see how long that takes. Okay, guys, we were at... How much was it? We were at 11 milliseconds for 10,000 enemies, right? This is the lowest. Let's take one average. 16 milliseconds on average per frame. Debug build. How much you think it's gonna go down now with an optimized build? How much you think? Any ideas? I think you added the numbers of enemies at the tile. Flyfield wait. Enemies would wait. Each other go. Each other. 25 ms. 6 ms. 7 to 13. 3. Optimization would make this massively faster. 6 to 7. Same. 3 years. Aha. 3 years. Very interesting, my man. Very interesting. Okay, let's see. Is it running? Okay. Does look a little bit chompier. Chunkier. Chompier. Okay, I mean... Discard. We'll wait for the connection. We'll wait until the enemies are coming. But it looks more laggy, guys. Sorry to say. Now it's smooth. Debug will is always heavier, like night and day difference on my engine before releasing debug. Really? Well, I don't see it, but hey. Alright, there's a couple of enemies. I think we should be good now. Okay. Stop. Let's see. I mean, that's crazy, bro. That is 3 milliseconds. 3 milliseconds. That is a huge difference. Damn. That is 10,000 enemies, guys. In 3 milliseconds. That's CPU only, right? Damn. Big W to Capuche, he was there, yeah? Holy. Damn. Wow. So I guess we keep the pointer to the enemy inside the chunks because we know that we are not changing the enemies. We are cleaning them up before we separate them back into the chunks. The fuck is this? This is enemies trying to get to my building. Compiler optimize. Yeah, the compiler optimized it as much as possible. And now, obviously, the enemies disappear because they all walk to the base. Damn. Can you make them go inside the door? Oh, they will attack the building at some point. I needed to optimize this first, though. Because remember, Do you guys want to see how the enemy looked yesterday? The game looked yesterday when we spawned 10,000 enemies? I'll show you. That was yesterday. Then when I came back. Wait, when I came back? Was it this one here? Yeah, that's what it was. That was yesterday. 0 FPS. The same amount of enemies. Today we had 0, yeah. We can check how much we actually get today. But I think we'll be hitting... Wait, DX renderer? That's the wrong one. Let me put the limit to 120 again. Test 100k. At this point, single-threaded 10k is possible, but I don't know how possible that will be in the browser. We have to check that too. I didn't play the game in a long time in the browser. We could get a lot of issues there. I'm very scared, but let's see. So 120 enemies today compared to yesterday. Where is it? Hey? Sorry. We're looking at a whopping 120 FPS. 120 FPS today. That's why I did this, okay? That is why I did this. Yeah, I saw there was a lag spike here, right? I don't know what it is. But man, I gotta be honest. Really like it a lot. This is good enough. They're fleeing, yeah. And now all we need to add to this, and I think it's possible to do that somewhat efficiently, we need to push the enemies away from we need to push the enemies away from the red areas. An enemy that is inside a red area needs to be pushed out towards the next valuable, towards the next position. But that's something I'll probably do tomorrow. Like right now the enemies go through this. I need to change the grid to contain a direction to go. And then I need to push the enemies away from the edges of these. And I'll probably just do a position check if I'm inside. If the next position is inside a thing, then I will only move into the direction that is possible. It's possible, but then you don't have access to that memory on the CPU anymore. Unless you stage the GPU buffer copied over from what you said, the same frame. It's gonna stall. Yeah, I need to do copy back. What you can do in Vulkan is you can initialize CPU memory that is shared between the CPU and GPU, but that memory is not that fast to iterate over on the GPU. So like there's always memory in between the graphics card and the CPU that both the CPU and the GPU can use, but that memory, when you're doing computations on it on the GPU, is not very efficient. It's possible though it's also limited how much you have. I don't know if every graphics card has that, or with every PC. If it's all on the GPU, then you cannot access the data on the CPU, and you need it for enemy logic. If the player is supposed to attack an enemy, it needs to know if the enemy is there or not. And so you need it on the CPU. You can't code the game on the GPU. That's why. Round trip, yeah. Kapushman, you wrote me a message. I have to get to you later, okay? I can't get to it right now. Or is the message old? Okay, guys, it's time. I'm gonna play your games every once in a while. I'll look at Discord in your games, and if some long-time viewer or someone that has helped me has made a game, they always take priority because these guys have been outstanding in their support. And Letacchio has been one of those, and he's made a new game, which is also already on Steam, DigiDuels. Does a little bit remind me of Digimon. Yeah. Let's look at the trailer first. We're gonna play this. It's downloadable on itch. Let's see what you have here, buddy. So it is a card game. Oh, that reminds me a lot about Hearthstone. We see you in court, buddy. We see you in court. I hope you're ready to defend yourself against the giant corporation that's going to come after you. And I hope you have the money to sustain the fight. Because this is going to be a brutal battle, my friend. Just you wait. All right. Sounds interesting. So that's the game idea. I don't need to watch further than this. Yeah, okay. Oh, I see. It's a node buster or incremental game. It could be an incremental game that also has a skill tree. I like this type of skill tree a bit more than the typical node busters. It looks like I have a lot more choice, but let's see. All right, guys, let's not spend too much time on this. Let's download it immediately. Where is it? Sadly, it's only downloadable right now, so I will get hacked, guys. What is this made in, by the way, Mr. Letacchio? Sound on, Cakes? I always watch trailers without sound. Most people on Steam do that as well. They click through the trailer. Now, there are some people that watch with sound, but I'm watching without. Let's see. Still downloading, I think. Yeah. Why is my download speed so slow? That's crazy. I got baited last time. Live was a pre-recorded VOD. Yes, because I had to pick up my daughter from kindergarten. I had to take text at the top that said, quick, be right back. And then shameless advertisement. By the way, Digot Live, thank you very much for the buy pin. Should do that to YouTube always as well. I have not been doing this. It's kind of bad thing not to do. Let me do that real quick. There you go. I mean, it doesn't really matter much now anymore, but I wish there was like some setting that does this automatically every time. Pin the message to YouTube. That would be amazing, so I don't have to always repin the message. Because, like, you have to think about it like this, guys, okay? This is about advertising my game and how Tangy TD even became a success in the first place. I had been advertising the game as pinned messages on both Twitch and on YouTube every single day, and I pinned the message there, and I talked about it. Hey, guys, if you want to support me, you know, wishlist the game. And I got very lucky that a lot of people were watching on both YouTube and Twitch, which then resulted in quite a few wish lists, you know, sometimes up to 100 wish lists. You know, I remember a day where I got like over 100 wish lists in one day, which is crazy to think about when you compare that to the days where I got 0 or 1 wish lists even. You know, and so that was a giant push for me. You have to think about it like this. There were 2,421 people that clicked on the stream and at least watched for a couple of seconds. Most people watch average 11 minutes, meaning most people don't watch that long, and some other people watch a lot longer than it averages out. However, of those people, like, they could have all seen the pinned message in the YouTube chat and then took an action to actually go and wishlist the game, or maybe even buy the game. And you do this enough times, let's say, you know, 5 times a week, this adds up. It's not too much, but you do get quite a lot of wish lists doing that. So yeah, I should be doing this every day. I keep forgetting though. All right, are we done? Time to get hacked. What is this made in? Godot. Alright. Put it here. I got 100 wishlists in the first 24 hours. I'm super stoked. Hope you like the game. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see. So this is DG Duels. Buy Tangy TD, need Ferrari. True. It's time. Uh-oh! Windows protected your PC. It's over, guys. We hacked. It's lost. We lost. I'm leaked. Everything's leaked. Uh-oh. Oh, no. RIP. All right. Let's hope that I can move this window over without it crashing. So weird. This, it lags. Or, uh-oh. It did something, loading word, but I just wanted to move the... No. I wanted to... Is my... God, what is wrong with these games? It crashed. Never... It crashed. Hold up. That's not a good start, man. One more time. All I want to do is move the window over to my other monitor because it starts on the main monitor. All right, now let's hope. What is wrong with these Godot applications and not allowing me to play them on a separate screen, man? I can't change it. Godot has a giant problem. You can put it into window mode. Okay, wait. Oh god. That's a lot of options. Finally, okay. Good. So I had to change it to borderless window mode, which then allowed me to move the window. Okay, so let's see. Resume. So this is the game. I had to set up a name for myself. I can only like really zoom like this. This is the game. I forgot the name. What is it called again? Name of this game is DigiDuels. DigiDuels, my brothers. It is made by Letakio and Chat, and we have currently a seasonal normal. Letakio, Rut Crasher, Catcher, and 121. I suppose these are the players. Seasonal endless. All right. So how do I move? E. Oh. Okay. Dual world link. Sato uplink. What? Enter dual world. Start tutorial. Okay, we'll do the tutorial. What the hell is that? I thought it was a deck builder. Oh, I see. What? Dual goal. Shell by DP. Shell by DP is the number you are trying to reduce. Shelby. Oh, so her, yeah. That's not very visible, but okay. Maybe make it even darker? Bring it to 0 before your GP faults. Okay. Cost. Power. Text. Health. Mana cost, power. It just says power, whatever that means. Continue. Click and drag. Oh, this thing right here needs to be a bit. This is broken, I guess, but he's still working on the version, right? So we forgive him. This is what a prototype should look like. That's fine. On attack, the enemy creature gets -5 power. For this attack only, draw 1 card. On attack, the enemy creature gets minus power. Aha, and we have. I feel like mana. First UI feedback, mana should be the number of the crystal icon and the number you have. I would not say mana 8 out of 8.0 out of 8. I would just show a giant crystal icon with how much mana you have. It's easier to read. This is annoying to read, the DP. And maybe even make a giant heart with how much life you have as well. Like reuse the heart from the cards. That would be nice. What the hell is that? I suppose I'm putting it here. Your mana? This is this is broken? You draw. Your draw. Both players generate draw phases, draw progress and mana over time. Draw progress. Wrath Room. Draw 1 card. This is a creature. If it's a creature, deal direct DP damage. Aha. Enemy mana would show an icon there too, I suppose. When draw fills, a card is drawn. Mana fills in pips. This is a lot of information which right now I don't understand, and there are words used that make no sense to me. Click and drag the highlighted spell to counter or counter spell from your hand to the highlighted back row slot. Gain 1 mana, trash a random card from the enemy. But I don't have that right now. I don't have it. The enemy. Oh, from the enemy hand, I see. Click the highlighted rune. Runes cost mana. Okay. I feel like that's way too much information the first time. Can't I just play a monster? And then the enemy plays a monster? And then I play a card that destroys the enemy monster, and then I attack the, like, script it in a way where it slowly reveals all of this stuff, because right now this rune is way too much for me to understand. That's just, that step right here should be in step 10 or something. I need 5 minutes to 10 minutes to just play, two different types of cards, and then this opens up or something. I don't know. This tutorial is a bit too much. Drag your creature towards Shelby's side. That is very unfair to Shelby, because the person that begins always gets in a free hit. In my opinion. I think that's too unfair. But okay. Draw, gather mana, play cards, runes, artillery. Okay. So, yeah, I don't get it. Like, this is time-based or something? The time is here. It's very difficult to see. And now it's way too fast. What just happened? So, right now... Wait, he keeps going. Oh, I don't even have time to what's happening? Huh? What? When did I get to move? What? Hold up. Am I losing or something? Bro, give me time to react. Nah, real time is dog shit. Sorry, this is just terrible, man. No, I'm sorry. I would rage quit right here. If this wasn't you, I'd be rage quitting right now. That is so bad. No. I hate that. It can't be real time. No. Guys, type 1 in chat if you think that it should not be real time. Or type, yeah. Go fast. No, real time is just, it doesn't work. Because a card game is centered around thinking. You get a timer that runs down because you need to think, right? So you can't infinitely think and make people stall. But a card game, how does Slay the Spire work? Slay the Spire has to be round based, right? Turn based too. I would do what Slay the Spire does, man. I had no idea what was happening. The enemy was moving way too fast, and I couldn't react to it at all. It was... I was expecting a relaxing... That one did not count as complete. Talk to Shelby when you want to practice. There was a practice duel and I got annihilated, bro. What? Where's Shelby? Shelby is gone. What? Eh? You said talk to Shelby, but she's not here. What if I walk towards the edge, by the way? Will I die? Aha! I can just keep walking, okay. No, the way I think it should work is that... I don't even know how to... Like, how can I play? Jewel, I guess. Oh my god. I can't draw a card. I put this guy here. And then what? Wait, he's attacking me. I lost. I don't have mana. Or I don't even have time to read. Give 1,000 power? What? Give 1,000 power to a fire creature. Deal. Set face down, okay. I can't spawn this guy. Oh, I can spawn this guy. Oh god. I lost! Activated. What's happening, man? Okay, a couple of things. One, I need to see exactly how much damage. Basically, do Hearthstone. Whenever someone takes damage in Hearthstone, steal that. Animation, text display, whatever they do, take that exact thing. Put the... What just happened? Is the game running? Surely it's paused, right? When someone gains crystals or mana in Hearthstone, steal that. Take the animation, the thing, maybe make it look, oh, so I lost, I can't even pause. And I play alone! Surely it's paused. Yeah, I need... And I would try to do round-based. I need to properly see how much damage the enemy deals to me. It needs to be visible. So look at Hearthstone, how they do it. I need to see how much damage I deal to the enemies. I need to be able to track my resources, both the mana and the HP that I have, and what the enemy is. Let's see. Hearthstone. Images. Yeah, that's so much better. I think that's it, right? That's what it looks like. Is that how Hearthstone looks, guys? I never played Hearthstone, guys. I never played Hearthstone. I'm looking for high definition. This looks so bad. Is that what it looks like now? There's pause button in duels. Okay, well, yeah, okay. So I can see how much life I have in the middle because it's the most important thing. Then right next to this is my crystals. Says 1 out of 8 in blue and then the amount of crystals. I can see the enemy's crystals and the enemy's HP just by looking at a number and an icon. And very visible with high contrast to the UI. You have a little bit more going on. You don't have just one row, you have 2 rows, but that's fine. I need to properly see the HP. You know what? You could cut down the HP and power of your monsters by 10x. Or maybe even 100x. I had 1,200 health. Just cut this down by 100. Now you're looking at 12. The power was 800. Cut it down by 100. Yeah, cut it down by 100x. It's easier to read. There's not as many zeros to read. And then you don't have to display so much text, which makes it easier to read and separate. Yeah. And then I would look at Hearthstone, how it looks when a card is destroyed. I think you're already doing a great job with when a card is destroyed, but it's too fast. The animation is too fast. If you look at Hearthstone and time the amount of seconds it takes to destroy one of your units from the other guy, or if the other guy attacks you and it destroys one of your units, how long does that take, this animation base? Without it being sped up or anything, how long does that take? Launch a regular run, Cakez. Go to the portal, the boot. Main hub. Okay, one more time. That was a bug, I guess. Oh no, I have to, okay. Yeah, okay. Whatever that is. I deal damage. Why? Did you nerf her? Did you just nerf her? Wait, I got a different unit, that's why. It does 2,000. Holy cow. What? 2,000? I can't even... What? Yeah, it's too chaotic. I really don't... Why can I not attack? Why can I not attack? I really don't understand this at all. There's so many times... Listen, you have the same issue I had in my game. Too much stuff to manage. Card games are about making a deck. And I never played card games, bro. Draft starting deck? Oh, I don't even know how to draft a starting deck, bro. The movement is a bit floaty. I would make that a bit less floaty. I guess you get used to it. What is this now? Attempt puzzle? Treasure chest attempt puzzle? What? What is this? What the hell? What are we doing here? What? B? Are we playing a different game now? Oh no. Hey bro, I really don't want to be that guy, but the movement system, like, this feels like one of those rage games that is designed to, oh god, that is designed to make the movement system as annoying as possible. I really like the idea of the card game. I don't know what this is now doing. Oh. It's fine. Oh god, is that annoying? Oh my god, is that... Hold up. Hello, Nix. What is that? What am I doing? Huh? What is this? Huh? Never mind. Like, I want... my brain's not smart enough for that. Alright. Okay. Huh? I'm fighting a guy? Lethal timer? What does that mean? I don't know what that does. We'll just put it here. We have 10 mana. We'll put it... Yeah, activate now. Hey, I'm not reading, but activate now. Attack. Attack. Oh my god, I have no units. Attack. Are we winning? Why do I have no mana? Did I lose? What is the music doing? Of course he can't make that jump. Of course not. Why would he? What is this lady doing? I'm just not gonna do anything. How did I win? I have no idea what happened. Okay, guys, I guess a card is a good one. Okay, let's get the lady. No. Maria or a locked defeat Captain Shelby first. Defeat Captain Shelby. Captain Shelby? What? What am I collecting, guys? I'm collecting bitcoins. Look, top left is bitcoins. Hey, I won, guys. I won. We did everything correctly. Right? Locked. Defeat Mario. Oh, great. Defeat Mario first. Who's Captain Shelby? Start duel. Fine, one more time. One more time. Oops, I wasn't looking. And obviously I get punished immediately. I have 1 mana. Do they attack? Why can I not, like, why can I never attack? I don't understand. I lost. How do I gain mana? I will lose next time he attacks me. Huh? 1.1 mana? Gain 1 mana. But I need 2 mana to get it. I lose. Hammer? I will just lose. Huh? I don't even know what's happening. Why can I not attack, bro? .9 mana. Guys, I can't see my mana. The cards are way too large, just noticed. Bro, that's way too big, I think. They become too large. 2 mana. Guys, I'll lose. Maybe. Maybe not. Whatever that does. Activate this. Yes, of course. Whatever it does, important. I won. I have no clue what happened, but we won. Bonus card reward. Nice. Bitcoins. Why does this look like... Is this mining bitcoins off my computer? Do I have to check my computer right now how much it uses? Task manager. Yeah. Oh. Okay. 76% for DigiDuals. Are you mining bitcoins and sending them to you right now? How's it that much? Buddy? That is awfully high. Pretty suspicious, yeah. That's not right. It's exceeding 100%. Don't you try to confuse me because Windows is terrible at displaying this. Okay, you are dodging the question. Yeah. So this... Fine, I'll give you 20 more bitcoins, okay? There you go. Alright, I really do not understand this overworld, so I guess the idea is that you go through the world and you find people to duel or something. And right now you only have 3 people, of course, because you're in a small island. Something. I would definitely change a lot of the card stuff that I talked about, like the, you know. I would make it like Hearthstone in a way. And turn-based. Press T for the skill tree. I didn't even see the skill tree. Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, what I would do... I would not do this part right here. Guys, do you think this part right here makes sense? That I just played this part right here? Wouldn't it be easier if you exchange between the skill tree and the duels in a menu and you don't have this part right here at all? Think about what is it called? Think about Click and Conquer. Where you go on a mission and then the rest is in the skill tree. And there's a game mode that's basically that. You can go through the main hub and start it. Cakes. Yeah, but I really don't have fun with the card stuff. It's not... If you update the game and make the card battles better, then I could see myself trying it again. Like, what I would like to do, by default... How do I don't want to quit game. I want to go... I really don't like this. I want to go back to the main menu. Here. This is kind of nice. maybe I'm not the right person to ask for feedback on card games. The only thing I know is that the card game, or the card part of the game where you battle someone else, I would improve that as much as possible, and I would try to find a loop that is somewhat simple to follow so that the player can easily navigate the world. Right now, doing everything through these NPCs, you're entering the dual world, that is just way too much stuff to like figure out. As like, I don't even know where I am. I'm in some world and then I need to talk to a boot or something to get back. And I would not make it real time. I can't really tell you about the overworld because I never played Slay the Spire, or Hearthstone is literally just a UI simulator, isn't it? Everything plays in the UI. You never have a world you walk in. So what is the idea that this world... I don't see the... Let me say it like this. I don't see the advantage of going through a world to meet NPCs and fight them. Yeah, you can interact with the level in Hearthstone, but it's just a 2D map, or it's just a picture, and then there are areas in the picture that you can interface with. So, if it was like Pokemon, then going through the world should give you something that you can use in the battles. But then the world is a linear progression that you have to go through to become more powerful, and along the way, you have to add NPCs that you have to fight, but also other things. But you know how much you add to this? You're basically adding an entire game on top of a game just to have a 3D world. Right now, this 3D world, it seems like these bitcoins that I was farming are the currency to buy cards. Why not get bitcoins by winning duels? Or doing something inside a duel to get, like, let's say I defeat an enemy monster, but I didn't manage, and I defeated 2 enemy monsters, then I lost. But I defeated 2 of them, so, or maybe I dealt some damage to the enemy, and I gained some bitcoins that I could spend in the skill tree to continue. That would be incrementally. That would be an incremental game. Right now, the world, other than the NPCs, does not seem to have... I can see the idea of the world, but you have to realize that it explodes the to-do list of what you need to do to finish the game only to have a world. That's how I see it. However, I'm not a card genius or a card game genius, right? So if you guys have any other feedback, if anyone watches this on YouTube, if you guys have any feedback when it comes to like the 3D world that we saw and the different duels, feel free to comment. I'm not the best person to give the feedback on. I'm just trying to look at it from the outside, from someone that is... I'm expecting something that makes me, aha, I need to do this now. I need to go. I should play Slay the Spire to see the difference here, but I'm pretty sure in Slay the Spire, it is always very obvious what I need to do next and who I'm fighting and what my objective is. In this game, it's really hard to tell because of all of the different game modes, the different areas I can teleport to that I need to teleport back to get to a different game mode. And it just becomes, in my opinion, very convoluted and separated. It is not very linear to follow what I need to do next and how to do something. And that's not even talking about the card game itself, which I think needs to be round-based. Every player has their own turn. You have a certain amount of time to finish the turn, and you need to give me enough time. 5 seconds is not enough time to do my turn. I need to read the cards, I need to see what the enemy has, and I need to think about my strategy, and then I need to do my action. That's not doable in 5 seconds, especially when you're new. This is a viewer-made game. This game is called... Actually forgot the name. But it's a good name. Where is it? It's called DigiDuels. When are you starting your AI project, Cakes? I think maybe next week. Probably next week. There's no crypto in this game. I just call it cryptocurrency because it looked like cryptocurrency. But I will just make it gold or something. Gold coins are much more fun to pick up than blue coins. Mario type gold coins if you go with the overworld. Hopefully this helps, man. Hopefully this helps. I think the idea is a really cute concept. I really don't see the world though, but you need more feedback on that. More people playing the game and yeah. Anyways, guys. Don't have time for Gothic. Wife's very tired. She didn't sleep well for a long time. She's been working this entire week a lot. She's been working a lot. So I wanted to take a look at Mr. Jonathan Blow's take on incremental games, but before I leave though, does someone of you have a link to Quinn69's game? How it looks right now? Last stream VOD. Let's just watch his last VOD. Let's see. Skip to a few hours. Okay. Let me see. You know. Yeah, the UI looks a lot better. That's true. Here you guys, right? 2 hours. So a few hours in, so maybe here. I think the text is a bit much. It's a bit big, but okay. I mean, it didn't really change that much. Like, the pixel art changed a bit, yes. He has the repeating grass texture and then some other foliage in there too. That's true. I hope I didn't skip to the wrong part, but I guess this is what it is, right? And it seems like he's using a simple tile set here. Could be 9 sliced as well, I don't know, probably not, but a simple tile set that is randomly generating some roads or something else. I think the text is just way too large. Holy! He used pixel art for all the art, by the way. Yeah, this is a pixel art generator. Yeah. It's fine. I mean, the pixel lab thing, it's okay. Especially when you don't have the money or the means to buy it yourself. He has, but how much did he spend on it so far? Then. But I'm not that... so where's some UI? I mean, the UI looks a little better. Can't imagine to debug the code. I mean, AI does that debugging for you. So it's not really... You don't really do it. Oh, so he changes the weapon... Oh, he's changing the weapon data right now using an UI interface, I see. Yeah. Oh, so he's doing the same mistake that I did. The UI is not scaled properly. It's pixel art AI, but it's linear filtering. Interesting. Though I have to say the UI looks better. Not gonna lie, it looks better. It does look much nicer. Still a lot of text, but that's just a game developer issue, right? Like, you need to learn how to do that. But it's so good. It's really nice. The button is very laggy. It's crazy. The button is very laggy. It's like... bzzz. It's kind of funny. Okay, yeah, looks a lot better. Not gonna lie. And again, like, if these are all really animated using Pixel Lab, this too, that's kind of nice. That's actually very nice. I wonder if he has to dodge this rain that comes every once in a while. Movement speed, yeah, very nice. Yeah, okay. Level 52. Floor 2. Is this all the enemies that are in this floor? I mean, you know what he should do? He should at some point try to sell it too. And see, like, to get a real... Obviously, the people from his stream are going to buy it. Like, he should try to make it a real game and sell it. That would be nice. And then see... What was this other game called, guys? This full AI game. AI Slop Survivors? Or was it... What was this AI game on... No, that is just Quinn's game. What is this AI game on Steam that everyone was talking about? That Asmongold even tried. Some AI game. Only streamers would buy. I think if he adds a single player. The Walking Trade. No, not the Walking Trade. That's not the AI game I'm talking about. Let me find it one sec, guys. I'll find it. I'll find it one sec. There it is. One sec. Can I see what the name of the game is here? Codex Mortis. Okay, so it's Codex. I found it, guys. I found it. There it is. There it is, guys. Codex Mortis. Full AI game. Vampire Survivor style. So if Quinn wants to beat that game, he needs to do more than this. Because that's full AI. Why does it only have 50? Maybe because it's early access? It only has 50 reviews, man. And I would assume this is when Asmongold played or something. Thursday, March 26. Seven months ago. Yeah, what was it? March 26th, Thursday, right? December. Wait, hold up. Oh, he played the demo. Yikes. Okay, wait. Codex? No, wait. What's it called? Codex Mortis. Codex Mortis demo. Yeah. Okay. So this is when Asmongold played. That's actually a really good point. Very nice. Very happy that he played the demo, because then we can actually see how many gamers are interested in that game itself. And unfortunately, it wasn't too many. But we can probably see in the follower count here, December 17, guys. That's when Asmongold played. So that helped him to gain a lot of wish lists. So he was releasing this game probably with 8,000 wish lists. 7 to 8,000 wish lists. Where you should be releasing it. But damn, he only got 32 players to play. So if Quinn69 wants to... I feel like Quinn69 should make a single player mode that everyone can play and then try to release it. Because that's what we're looking at. That's what we need to get to. We need to be able to make an AI game that is actually viable. Commercially viable. That's when you can say, hey, look at this game. This was fully done with AI and it did very well. Like, this does look kind of impressive. I wonder why no one played it though. Maybe because it's AI? Let's see, what do they say? I've kept an open mind trying this game. AI will do your story. Graphics, sound, music, and the coding glue to hold it together. It won't design you a great game full of soul and charm. Okay, so that's a terrible review because it doesn't say what the problem is. Absolute chaos. Bullet heaven games are usually chaotic, but this one is super hard to read. That's, yeah, I can agree. The game was supposed to be fun. It was supposed to fill the itch for another game like Vampire Survivors, but it's pure disaster. At least I couldn't feel any pleasure playing it. 88 minutes of playing it just gave me anger and feeling that someone is taking my money for free, because at this point it's not even worth... It's not worth it even. I really tried to find some sense, but only skills are not making... But no, only skills are not making really a difference. System of these skills is there for some reason, but neither skills nor synergies are helping. Should be free to play. Refund it without hesitation. I bit the bullet to write this review. I went to this game with very low expectations, considering this game admits to be 100% AI driven. It is as bad as the label states. The game is unoriginal AI slot masquerading as a real game. Don't waste your money on this. Instead you should buy... Okay. Fast food burger. Wow, this guy would rather buy a fast food burger, man, than play this game. That is crazy. This guy played 9 hours and he didn't like it. What? The first map is the best, but you can only play on 3 difficulty levels. You have to grind through a bunch of dull missions to unlock the other difficulties. Let's not force the other maps. On top of that, they have even more cheap go to the right than go to the left several hundred meters filler that does not give you a better understanding of the game. It just forces you to do content that you cannot skip. Oh, so like yesterday when in Gothic 1 Remake, I had to find this Kane character that I never had to find in the original game to get to the part where I can ask Iberion on how to help him with the focus stone and how to summon the sleeper in their minds so we can get the vision and I can go to the orc Friedhof in English. No, I had to find this Kane character first that never really happened to be any useful guy in the original game anyways. Go to the exact south of the game, from the north by the way, just to get to some stupid cave that they redesigned, and then go through this entire cave, do a couple of swimming sessions that I actually died in one time because you can't save in the water. No, you have to get outside of the water, and then from that point I have to go back all the way to the north to then get reminded that this character actually just died and didn't do anything to the story, and then I can hopefully finally speak to Iberion, unless these guys have another quest that I have to do to get to another point that I didn't have to go to originally, and then I have to waste some more time just to get to the quest. I feel you, brother. If you want higher difficulty on earlier modes, if you want higher difficulty for earlier mods, I like the first map, and the game's basically saying, yeah, if you got to keep playing one, yeah, play another difficulty, instead of play some, okay. Anyways. Hi, Cakez. Are you making a game for the GMTK jam? No. I'm making one game. This is not a Vampire Survivors game. Okay, so, but no one really complains about the game being really bad. I guess it's just not that interesting to them. The biggest complaint that I could see was, is too much going on. No one was complaining about it lagging. So, that's nice. Cakez, remember the game Walking Trade? Cakez played it and liked, and it played it like we thought, but he rage quit after half an hour. Not sure how they did after that. Okay, so played the walking trade. See. Queso plays the walking trade. YouTube clips. I'm not even sure how I found these games. The walking trade. So he did play it. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out off stream to see why he quit the first game. And he uploaded the video May 3rd. Okay. Let's look at walking trade May 3rd. Usually when streamers play games that others can enjoy too, there's a bump in player numbers May 3rd. Usually. Oh, yeah. I would say that's Queso. Unless... That's crazy. Unless we have a patch. May 2nd was a hotfix. 100k players and an update. Okay. But there wasn't a major patch that day. And what about price history? May 3rd. I mean, the game was already in discount at that point. It was already in discount. So that it didn't, like, basically what I'm saying here is April 24th is when the discount happened, which if you look at the charts, April 24th, yeah, it went from 400 players to like 600-700 players because of the discount, because of all of the emails that it's sending out. But then Queso did this. That has to be Queso. That's crazy. So you see, guys, even if Queso only plays your game for how long? It doesn't say. Oh, no, wait. This one here. It says 40 minutes for the walking trade. He played it for 4. That's not bad. That's not bad. Anyways, guys. I gotta go. It's time. I'll see you tomorrow. We do more coding. Okay? Tomorrow we do more coding. We make the game better. Tomorrow we figure out how we can make the enemies properly collide with the terrain. Okay? That's what we do. They should slide off the terrain and try to go in a batch to the house. That's what I want. Right now it's very chaotic. But I think we did good today. W day. W day. Let me rate Mr. Adam Knows Life. Say hi to him. Thank you, my man Cakez. Yeah, I wish you the best with your game, man. I hope to not be too negative with the feedback that I'm giving, but I also want to be like honest. You know, I'm not saying anything to be mean or something, right? And if I'm overstepping a line, you just let me know. Yeah, we managed to get 10,000 enemies to appear today. That is 10,000, guys. 10,000 on screen right now. Sometimes it lags. It's probably the middle of the castle. It could be the middle of the castle. Right, we would have to investigate these hiccups. Yeah, there was a hiccup here. Must be something weird happening. But it could also be a hiccup because of Tracy. Right, we are doing Tracy. Gothic is tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sorry about no Gothic today. I apologize. There will be Gothic tomorrow. Anyways, guys. Tschüss. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.